We are live on a Tuesday edition of the Sports Bash. What's going on, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning producing today's show. You out there? Well, I hope to not miss any calls on this show. Happens from time to time. You guys usually let me know about it. But in that Phillies game last night, Phil Cuzzy, oh man. Rough night at the office for Phil Cuzzy. Phillies lose 3-1 to the G-Men. How come they don't call the San Francisco Giants the G-Men like they do the New York Football Giants?
Because that's football.
I don't know if that's a good enough explanation, but I'll take it. 2 points for you. It's football. That's why it's G-Men. I don't think there's a lot of thought in that answer.
Nope.
Well, the G-Men win last night. They beat the Phillies. They beat the Phillies 3-1. It was a weird game, another well-pitched game. Is it getting boring to keep saying how good the pitchers are for the Phillies?
Absolutely not. At least something's good about this team.
Well, the pitching's really good. Christopher Sanchez. And look, I don't even think Sanchez was his best last night. He kind of scuffled his way through the game, and at the end of the night, you're like, man, this guy pitched pretty well. How the heck did he get you all the way to the end? And then all of a sudden, you are at this spot where you have to go to the bullpen. Now, it's a 1-1 game in that moment, and you go to Kerkering. Now, Kerkering has been one of your most dependable guys. He's one of the guys I think if we ask most people in the audience who you trust, I think Kerkering's probably at the top of the list of guys. I don't know if he's 100% trustable, but of the guys you have here, your options here, he's the guy. So in the seventh inning last night, when Sanchez calls it a night after 105 pitches, 8 strikeouts, 7 hits, he turns it over to Kerkering in a 1-1 ball game. What you end up getting is Kerkering hitting a guy, right? Hit 2 guys in the inning, but rough night at behind the plate for Phil Cuzzy because the at bat by Chapman is a big at bat in the game. You have Kerkering hitting Adames to start the inning off. He then has Chapman struck out not once but twice, according to the report card that came out this morning. The umpire missed 2 calls on that, and you could make an argument that he missed 3 calls. The report card said he missed 2, but he struck Chapman out at least twice in that at-bat. He then fouls a pitch off on a 3-2 count, and he ends up getting a single, which then gives them 2 on. He then hits Flores because I think he's just so frustrated by the fact that he doesn't get the call, and I think his head's kind of out of the game. He needs to recompose himself at that moment, which he did not do, and then he gives up a weird you had the infield drawn in, and the balls hit the Turner. It's like the worst spot possible because he doesn't have enough time to go home to get the out at the plate. So then he kind of underhands it to Stott to try to get like a double play, but just not enough time. So now it's 2-1, then another ground ball, which a nice play by Harper to dive and get that ball, and then he tries to throw it home, not in time there. They score another run. So now it's 3-1, and then, the game's kind of over at that point because the big story, I think, of the night is you can't score. Can't score. I mean, in the 9th inning, you get a Kepler leadoff walk. Real Muto lines one right at the second baseman, and then you get the double play from Stott, and game, set, match. You lose 3-1, but can't score. Can't score last night against a pitcher in, Roop is not great. I mean, it's not like you've got Cy Young out there, and you got 1 run off of them, and then the bullpen came in and basically, locked it down for you. But again, another frustrating night because of the fact that you can't score on a night where your pitchers are outstanding. So this is the fear, is I have great pitching, but even on a night when my pitcher's really good, he only gives up 1 run, I still lose the game. And this is the games that happen in the playoffs far too often, is when your pitcher's really good and you lose 3-1. When your pitcher's really good and you lose 2-1. These are the games that keep happening for this team that I think is giving people pause at saying, I can buy into you as being a World Series champion. I think people, I don't want to speak for everybody, I think people think this team could win a World Series, but probably will not win a World Series, and last night's game is the reason why.
Last night's game is one of many games where Philly fans have PTSD because it reminds them of the 2022 World Series, and then it reminds them of the final two games of the 2023 NLCS, and it gives them nightmares of last year's Mets series. When this team, with all the money they've invested in these, as Dave Dombrowski, we have plenty of all-stars. Well, it's games like that that give you nightmares and give you the, oh, here we go again. When you go 0 for your last 23, Mike, with runners in scoring position as a team, that's not one guy. That's not Nick Castellanos' line. That's the whole team's line. You're 0 for your last 23 with runners in scoring position. What you're basically telling the fans is, no, you have every right to be not confident in us.
All right, well, with that, I got a poll question up at Mike Gill Show. ESPN.com has 3 proposed deals for big-name players. Do you want to hear the deals?
Of course, why not?
One of them has to do with the Phillies. So they have 3 players on teams right now that are kind of out of the playoff race, and they have star players. 1, Pittsburgh, Paul Skeens. They have 3 offers for each player. 3 offers for Skeens, 3 offers for Ronald Acuna Jr., and 3 offers for Byron Buxton.
Can I just jump in real quick and say that I doubt the Braves would ever trade Acuna in the division?
I agree. The Phillies, by the way, are not involved in either the Skeens offer or the Acuna offer, but they are involved in the Buxton offer.
All right.
They have 3 offers for Byron Buxton. 1 from Kansas City, 1 from Cincinnati, which involves Chase Petty, by the way. That would be Chase Petty going to Minnesota, which is where he was originally. He got drafted by the Twins. They actually have Petty going back to the Twins in this trade. That would involve Byron Buxton. And the number 1 offer, Philadelphia sends Justin Crawford and Andrew Painter to Minnesota for Byron Buxton. Now, they opine that trading Painter would be painful, but their rotation has Wheeler signed through 2027, Sanchez signed through 2030, Nola signed through 2030, Luzardo under team control through 2026, plus Ranger Suarez is heading into free agency that you could try to target him and bring him back. You still would have 5 starters. So the question is, at some point, do you just have to deal from a position of strength and say we don't want to give him up, but we almost have to fix this problem?
Absolutely not. Because number 1, the player you are requiring in the deal has more red flags than the girl at the bar at 2 o'clock in the morning. Okay? This Byron Buxton has a extensive injury history. I am never, under any circumstance, giving up my top prospect for a guy who could be injured getting off the bus coming into the bank.
He has been injured a lot. In fact, he's only played over 100 games one time.
Exactly.
Twice in his career. In 11 years, by the way. Buxton in 11 years has played over 100 games twice.
You and I
He's on pace to do it again this year.
Yeah,
by the way.
you and I had the conversation before about would you trade Mick Abel for Byron Buxton?
Of course. I mean, but that's
But
the
Andrew
thing is
Painter's a different stratosphere.
I think everybody would trade Abel, but that's what we want. The Twins are probably saying what we're saying. Of course, I don't want Abel. I want that guy. Now we're saying you can't have that guy. Well, then you don't get our guy,
That's
and
fine.
you're stuck with what you have in center field. So I guess my question is, sometimes you got to get uncomfortable. Is this the uncomfortable deal that you say, you know what? I have to do it. I have to get a better center field situation. I need to get a right-handed bat with power. This guy would instantly upgrade our center field spot. He could hit 4th in this lineup behind Bryce Harper. I have enough pitching. I've got to do the deal.
He's not the guy. He's not the guy to sacrifice for.
Is there a better option to play center field that hits 20 home runs and 50 RBI and has
I didn't write the article, so I'm not fully sure where they're getting their necessary ideas from, because I've really haven't heard Acuna or Skeens as
Well,
trade possibilities.
Those guys are not. He's mentioning the fact that they're on teams that are not going to make the playoffs most likely.
Sure.
And then, therefore, since you don't have a playoff team, would you move on?
Twins are more of
the
a playoff
difference
team than
is
the other two
Buxton's name has been brought up a lot.
That's true.
Because he's 31 years old. He's making $15 million a year on a small market team.
Right.
Their top prospect is a center fielder. So they're saying, hey, we are ready to move on from him because we have someone young to replace him, and our pitching's so bad that if we can get some arms in here, we would be willing to move this player.
But if
so
your
he
pitching
does
is so
make
bad,
sense.
Then why do you need Painter? You should take Abel.
If your pitching's so bad, why would you take the better pitcher?
No, it's not. Why would you take? Why wouldn't you just take what you can get?
Well, because I would rather the better player.
That's fine.
I have
the
the established player. Yeah, but they're in the position of strength here. See, people act like the Phillies are in the position of strength. They suck. They need the hitter. The Twins are out of it. They're saying we can continue to suck. You want to get better? You called us. Then we want what we want. Otherwise, we'll talk to somebody else.
That's fine.
So then the Phillies can labor out there with Johan Rojas and Brandon Marsh. And then we can complain about it every single day. Or you could do something about it. You could do something about it and say, listen, I got a player that I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade Andrew Painter. I don't want to trade him either. But other teams are looking at Mick Abel the same way we are. Why the hell would they want him? Why would the Twins say, I'm giving you a 20-home run all-star center fielder? It's exactly what you need.
Who's constantly injured.
Plays a part in it. It's all of this is rolling the dice. You're rolling the dice that Andrew Painter might be a Cy Young Award winner. You're rolling the dice that he might not be. When they traded Kyle Draback away, they figured this guy might be awesome. He might be his father. He wasn't.
But you were trading him for Roy Halladay.
I get that part of it. But if Byron Buxton is healthy, as he is right now, would he not be a difference maker for this team?
That's a huge if. Because the if is dependent on the idea that all of a sudden his track record is going to change. Like when you traded Drabeck and the other guy for Roy Halladay, you were getting a guy in Roy Halladay who was he had a resume that this guy doesn't break down. He's a horse. He's a stud. He's a number one day one.
Yeah.
Byron
now listen,
Buxton,
I know a lot of people have mentioned that Mick Abel would get this deal done. I have talked to many people who said Abel would likely get the deal done. I'm just going off the deal that ESPN.com put up there. I know many people that think that Abel would get the deal done for Buxton. Now, that was a month ago. How much has that changed in a month?
It's a good question because you've asked the question numerous times. What is Mick Abel's value? Has it appreciated?
Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. I don't know how I'm quantifying what his value is. And quite frankly, people that I talk to don't know what to really make of his value either. It's either you're the team that thinks he's the first-round pick, he's the guy that has all this arm talent, just needs, to kind of harness it. And there are other people who think, look, you're not a strike thrower, you're never going to be a strike thrower. I'm kind of in that camp. Although Christopher Sanchez was a guy who had some control problems when he came up.
And he worked it out.
Yeah, I think, listen, and I'm not banging the table saying I would do this deal because I love the fact that Andrew Painter could be a top-of-the-rotation Cy Young type of pitcher. I'm very reluctant to give that up. But the frustration is mounting that you have no right-handed presence in your lineup, and you basically have, from the 4 spot on in your lineup, you're an out.
All right, so I have a question for you. It's not a trade proposed by ESPN, okay? But this is a Josh trade, all right? Would Mike Gill consider...
Is it better than a Steve from Ventnor trade?
Well, we're going to find out. I know a guy that Mike Gill is a fan of is Jacob Wilson of the A's.
Love him.
Andrew Painter and Bryson Stott for Jacob Wilson.
Most likely.
Now, do you think the A's would be willing to take that phone call?
Don't know.
Because the A's need pitching. You're giving them a guy to replace Wilson at second base. Now you're bringing in a guy who would be a legitimate boost.
Wilson plays shortstop, though.
No, but he can play second, is my point.
Right, but I'm saying.
And Stott can play short. Stott is originally a shortstop.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a big league shortstop.
Well, but for the A's, you're saying, I'm giving you a guy to play the position, but I'm giving you your Paul Skeens.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Wilson's a stud. He's exactly what this team kind of needs. A guy who hits high average, great on base, has a little bit of power. I would definitely be interested in that. I don't know. The deal's not terrible.
But my point is that that's the kind of person that I would be willing to go and say, Andrew Painter, you want him, you got him.
Yeah, I listen, Andrew Painter to me is about as close to untouchable as you get.
And I agree with that.
In this situation.
I'm just saying that if I got to sacrifice that dude.
I'm also the guy who I did at the time did not want to give up on Drabek.
Mm-hmm.
I just figured the bloodlines, his dad, you get a guy that talented. Generally, those guys work out, but,
He was very unlucky.
He got the arm problem, and then he just kind of faded out, right?
Right.
I don't know that he ever ended up pitching for maybe a little bit in Toronto.
He pitched a little bit, then he got injured again.
Mm-hmm.
He got injured multiple times. It just was the end of the line.
Yeah. 609-403-0973. So you could vote at 973, at 973 ESPN, at Mike Gill Show. Right now, 81% so no, they're not doing the deal. Buxton, by the way, 270, 53 RBI, 20 stolen bases, or 20 home runs. He's having a great year. He's having a great year. He would be a great fit in the middle of this lineup. I think they would do Abel and Crawford, the Twins.
Now, you mentioned that the Twins, their top prospect is a center fielder. So would they even want Crawford? Would they maybe want Tate instead, for example?
Well, they could play Crawford in left.
They could.
There's a lot of people who think Crawford actually profiles as a better left fielder than he does.
Is that you think that's because of his father?
Not necessarily. Just a lot of people think that he would be a better left fielder, profiles better as a left fielder.
I'm just thinking because his father, for those who don't know, is Carl Crawford. Carl Crawford was the left fielder for the Rays while B.J. Upton played center field.
Which I could care less about. Like, why does that bother people? Like, do you think the guy's going to change his call because Rob Thompson yells at him?
What productivity comes from Rob Thompson arguing with the umpire?
Those kind of things just don't bother me at all. The fact that Rob Thompson didn't yell at the umpire, like...
What is that going to accomplish?
You know the society we live in where the kid fails his test and then the parent goes and yells at the teacher for the kid failing the test? It's like, yo, your kid didn't study. You're yelling at me? Why don't you yell at your kid?
Right.
Now you want me to yell at Rob Thompson because... Now, apparently there's an article that was written about this from Matt Gelb. Did you see this?
I did see the Gelb.
I could not care less that Rob Thompson didn't yell last.
And I could care less, too.
It's like last time this happened. Thompson didn't show any emotion. Then they won the next day 10-0.
Right.
It's like, who gives a rat's ass? But I'll play along. All right, Thompson should have yelled at this guy. What the hell is he doing? This guy's snoozing on the job. Do you really think the Phillies were going to score a couple runs in that game if he yelled?
Nope.
Of course they weren't. But that being said.
Actually, if Thompson should have yelled at anybody, it should have been his guy.
So the umpire was awful in the game.
Terrible.
The pitching coach, Caleb Cotham, let him have it. You could see that he was yelling at him. The Phillies dugouts letting him have it. So the story in Matt Gelb in The Athletic writes about is apparently Cuzzy has been like kind of spiteful.
Yes.
That if you, the manager, give it to him, that he actually gets worse.
Correct.
So I guess that they were
There's
aware.
Actual data of this.
Right. There was data, and they were aware of the fact that, listen, when you argue balls and strikes with this particular umpire, he digs in actually harder. So you're looking at this whole situation. Like, I don't know, you want Thompson to yell at the umpire? Bravo.
Frankly, if anybody should be yelled at, it's the Phillies hitters. At some point, to get back to the original, the only reason why Byron Buxton is a conversation is because your team is now 0 for 23 with runners in scoring position. You've had multiple games where you've scored one or less runs in the last few weeks.
I can't comprehend. Maybe this is just me, and I'm okay with that. I don't care. I mean, we all watch games differently. At no point during that game last night, when this is going on in the 8th inning, did the thought even cross my mind of what the hell is Thompson doing?
Right.
Not one part of me said, what the hell is Thompson doing?
Same.
Not one part of me cared at all whether or not Thompson argued and got himself thrown out of that game.
Because, again, what value is in it?
I find zero value in that. Zero value. Like, I don't think if Rob Thompson blew up on that umpire last night that anything in that game would have changed. I don't think they win the game. I don't think they score any runs. I think we are blaming Rob Thompson not arguing with the umpire for this offense's inability to score runs. So you're looking at the wrong thing. You
Right.
want to blame Thompson because you don't like him? That's fine. That's your opinion. You're entitled to it. You are more than welcome to that opinion. If you think the manager yelling at the umpire was going to jumpstart their offense last night, we certainly see things differently. But the fact of the matter is this. Thompson in this offense, he has no options. This is his offense. This is what he got. I don't know that there's any magic button or potion that dude can push that's going to get player 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 to perform any better. This is who they are. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. I got a lot of text messages coming in. 609-403-0973. That trade scenario, would you do it? Byron Buxton for Andrew Painter, Justin Crawford. People voting right now, 81% are saying no. A lot of people commenting on that. You can text in 609-403-0973. I'll read and react to your text messages. Coming up next, I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. All right, 228 Sports Bass Live. Phil's on the West Coast tonight. The pitching matchup is brought to you by Instant Services, the tri-state area's premier HVAC, plumbing, and electrical services provider. Go to instantservices.com to see how you can win 4 Phillies Hall of Fame Club tickets. No lineup until later on tonight, so we'll get you the pitching matchup tonight. You get Taiwan Walker going for the Phils. And Ray going tonight for the Giants, right?
The undeserving Robbie Ray.
Robbie Ray, former Cy Young winner, right?
Yeah.
Lefty. That means you're going to get the Phillies right-handed lineup tonight.
Well, as I wrote about in 97.3 ESPN.com, I would put Christopher Sanchez in over Robbie Ray.
Yeah, possible. Did any other Giants make the team, or is he the only one?
There were 3 Giants who made the team.
Oh. Well, his whip is 109, ERA 268, 9-3. Probably not as good as Christopher Sanchez. I'd probably say Sanchez right now
Sanchez
over
has
Ray.
a better ERA.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sanchez also has a similar whip, and Sanchez also has less walks.
Yeah, listen, a lot going on the text board. I
board's
want
lit
to explain to people, I've been very clear about this. Rob Thompson, to me, is insignificant. He is an insignificant piece of the on-field game product. So until people can get that through their skulls, I get it. You're going to think that I love Thompson and he can do wrong. They can walk up and fire Rob Thompson tomorrow, and I wouldn't give a bleep. He is an insignificant piece to this team. All right? Rob Thompson is insignificant. I'm not standing up for Thompson. If he went out there and blasted that umpire last night, great. If he did what he did last night, great. Nothing he would have done, in my opinion, would have changed the outcome of that game. I'm not the kind of guy that needs my manager to be Larry Bowa. You know how good Larry Bowa was as a manager? He sucked. And he had to blow up every other night. Larry Bowa was a terrible manager, but he blew up at the umpire. So Larry Bowa last night probably would have got out of that dugout and blew that umpire up, and you guys would have loved it. Larry Bowa never won a damn thing as the manager. Rob Thompson hasn't won a damn thing as the manager. He is an insignificant part of this team's success and failures. The only thing I will always say I give Topper credit for, and any big league manager, it's not Rob Thompson. It's insert manager here. Rob Thompson happens to be the manager of the Philadelphia Phillies, so he's the guy that we talk about by name. Pete Mackanin, Joe Girardi, any manager you want to put, what I value from them is, do you keep the culture of the locker room? Because everything else at this stage in Major League Baseball is all predicated on the front offices and the analytics, the lineups, the changes, all of that stuff. Very, very, very few things from any manager, not just Rob Thompson. Any manager is basically minimal. So when I look at the Phillies manager or any other manager, I put them all in the same compartment. Insignificant. They are insignificant pieces to the team's ultimate success. So if you're the kind of guy that wants Rob Thompson to blast the umpire, I'm not going to argue with you there. That's your opinion. You think that will work. We disagree. If you don't think Thompson blasting the umpire, if you think Thompson not blasting the umpire last night changes the outcome of that game, we simply just don't see eye to eye. I don't think anything changes. Their offense still stinks. Their offense is still inconsistent, whether he lays into the umpire or doesn't lay into the umpire. How anybody with half a brain could think the manager yelling at the umpire last night is going to get Max Kepler to get a base hit or Bryson Stott to get a base hit? You're delusional. You have lost your mind. Bryson Stott, Max Kepler, they're not getting hits because Rob Thompson argued with the umpire in the 8th inning of that game. But if that's what makes you feel good, I'm not arguing with you. Fine. He's insignificant. He is an insignificant piece of the puzzle. He is there to execute the plan that comes from the front office. That's what he's supposed to do. The front office comes together, the manager sits in, they come together with a plan, he executes it. That's his job. That's what the manager does. Now, I've always said the manager's job is to make sure that there is a good culture in the clubhouse, that everybody gets along, that there's no guys complaining about playing time, those type of things. That is what I value from my manager. I haven't heard of any problems within the Phillies clubhouse outside of this Nick Castellanos thing, which was kind of a blip on the radar, and this Max Kepler thing. Now, if it manifests and it becomes a thing, then that's a Rob Thompson fault. He's got to fix that. That's what his job is. But if you're the kind of fan that thinks the manager yelling at the umpire changes the dynamics of that game last night, I'm not saying you're wrong. We just disagree. I don't think Rob Thompson yelling at the umpire last night is changing anything in that game, because for me, I look at the players and say their lineup is not good enough. See, every time the players don't perform, we always want to go, it's Doc Rivers' fault. Doc Rivers, it's his fault. No, the Sixers players were not good enough. Why can't it be the players' fault? Why can't we just say the players on this team, the lineup? I got some guy last night in the 7th inning of the game. Was it the 7th inning of the game last night? The Phillies had in the 7th inning of the game last night. It's a 1-1 game. Who's up for the Phillies in the 7th? I think it was in the 7th, right? The Phillies had Stott and Marsh come up to bat against Lucchesi, who's a left-handed pitcher, right? So one day I get people telling me, Thompson goes by the book. He always goes by the book. He's always going to hit the righty for the lefty. Well, then last night he doesn't hit the righty for the lefty. He lets his lefty guys go and hit. Well, what does Guy tell me today? How come you hit why would you let the lefties hit in that situation? The same person who would tell me, why didn't they let Marsh hit against a lefty? That you would pinch hit Marsh against a left-handed pitcher. Now you want Marsh pulled against a left-handed pitcher. All right, who would we want to hit in those situations? I'm assuming Sosa. You want Sosa to come up, right?
Naturally.
Well, Stott sacrificed bunted. He asked him to sacrifice bunt last night. You don't need Sosa to come into bunt. So now Marsh is up to bat. So now what's the play? What do you want there?
I mean, probably people want...
You want Rojas? You want Kemp, probably.
Probably.
Otto Kemp, right?
Otto Kemp.
So that's what you would do.
Everyone loves Otto Kemp. Oh, I wouldn't do it. I'm just trying to figure out what people want.
No, well, last week it was, why wouldn't you hit Marsh against a lefty?
I know.
Or why wouldn't you hit Kepler against a lefty?
Yeah.
Anybody but Rojas, right?
We try to explain that, no team would rationally bring in a left-handed hitter to face a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah. Let's get some of the text messages here. I got a ton of them coming in, so we'll try to read off as many as we can. Glenn from Absecon. Completely unacceptable for MLB to establish a strike zone on TV with the K zone and then still allow umpires to establish their own strike zone. Phil Cuzzy is the present Angel Hernandez. He was terrible last night. The K zone will be consistent. Everyone will know what the strike is. The fact that they have this ABS system and they're not using it, it's ridiculous. If you listen to the broadcast on Sunday with Cole Hamels, he said he went over to Japan and watched, or maybe Korea, to watch games over there, and they don't even use the ABS. They just call balls and strikes flat out off of the
machine.
The machine.
Yeah.
The umpires don't do anything. There's somebody who has a microphone and tells them in their ear whether it's a ball or a strike. Baseball's got to get it done. In fact, Glenn, I agree, and I think they should do it after the All-Star break. I think they should announce at the All-Star break that, hey, we are now going to upgrade the system.
Yep.
That in the second half of this year we're going to the ABS. They will never do that, though. Todd and Brigantine, I would help pack Andrew from Minnesota. We need an outfielder. Oh, he would trade Painter
for Buxton.
We need an outfielder. Yeah, I'm like getting there. I think Abel gets it done anyway. Was like being on the other side.
Sure.
I listen, I've talked to multiple people who have said they think that Abel and Crawford would get it done for Buxton, and I think it would too.
I think the problem though is we have to remind people like Todd and Brigantine that making a move out of desperation is not always the best move. You still have about 20 days plus until the deadline.
Yeah.
You don't have to make a deal on July 8th.
John in Buna says, you guys talk about Painter and Abel like they're the second coming of Roger Clemens. Let's be real, guys. Abel, definitely not in the second coming of
no
Roger
one's ever
Clemens.
said that.
No.
But what gets overlooked is that every smart baseball person, Jason Stark, Keith Law, Tim Kirchin, all the guys who they have forgotten more baseball than we would ever know. They are saying that Andrew Painter is to the Phillies what Paul Skeens is to the Pirates.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he is one of the top thought of prospects. Is he Roger Clemens? I don't know that we're ever going to see a Roger Clemens. But in the world we live in today, the starting pitcher is weird because very few of them get to be Zach Wheeler, where you're getting into the 8th and 9th inning of a game. So how much value is there on the starting pitcher? Is the starting pitcher like the running back? Is it coming back again?
A little
I don't
bit.
know.
But I think the problem for John and Buna is I think John and Buna, it's not about what we think of Andrew Painter.
Mm-hmm.
It's what baseball people think of him.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Let's see. Mike, I was about to say I think Abel and Crawford would get the deal done for Buxton. That's from Cole and LBI. Yeah, I think so too. And listen, I've talked to former GMs, front office executives. They think that deal would also get it done, Abel and Crawford, because the Twins are desperate for starting pitching, and you're giving them a top prospect in terms of first-round draft choice, great arm, just needs to work on his control. And then you're also throwing Crawford, I don't say throwing Crawford, but adding Crawford into the mix. Now, if I'm the Twins, I'm playing hardball and waiting till the last minute and asking for Painter.
Right.
But I think I agree with you, Cole. And listen, I wouldn't agree with you unless I've talked to multiple people who have said that they think Abel and Crawford will get the deal done. Maybe it doesn't. I have no idea. I'm just going off of what people who work in baseball have said regarding those particular names. 609-403-0973. Who has said that players' best trade is availability? Never trade for an injury-prone player, no matter how great. Just ask the Sixers. That's a good point. You get Byron Buxton, he's never healthy.
Yeah, the saying is your best ability is availability. That's the saying.
609-403-0973. This pitching matchup needs some serious run support, but this guy is good. Serious concerns on his game. Can we overcome? Side note, Josh, love being out on the water or the beach and listening to the Saturday show. That's from Shaner. I don't know what the first point is. This pitching matchup needs some – are you talking about Taiwan Walker?
Yeah, that Taiwan Walker's going to need run support.
Yeah, Hanging with Henning, Saturday, 12 to 3. Make sure you listen.
Thanks, Shaner. Appreciate it.
Yes. Mike, when you coach your baseball team, just remember how insignificant you are. Jackie, Cape May Courthouse. Yeah, we won last night 14-4. I don't think that anybody thought that I had much to do with that. And guess what? I could have argued some calls, but I'm pretty laid back. I haven't argued a call in my entire life.
You or Rob Thompson?
Good question. I'm probably more laid back than Topper.
You think so?
I don't know that I've argued like 2 calls in 20 years.
So it's less than Topper.
I find no value in it. None.
Topper does it once a year.
I argued a call one time, and I argued the call. I think the guy knew he got it wrong, so he just let me go. And we went 1-2-3 after that. I found no value in it. So, I mean, listen, that's just me. I'm not saying I'm wrong or right. That's just my personality. I've argued maybe 2 calls in 20 years.
Which is still less
I've
than
never
Thompson.
even been close to getting kicked out of a game. If you ask umpires, like, you ever deal with him on the field, like, they'd be like, he doesn't say 2 words. I sit with my arms folded. I'm pretty much as laid back. If you can get me a beach chair, I'd sit in the beach chair with my feet up.
I love when Thompson earlier this year in the Luzardo game, literally you could see the umpire saying, you want to be thrown out of this game? And Thompson's like, yeah, throw me out. Like, Thompson was like, at that point, he was just like, I'm over this game.
Yeah. Listen, I know there are people that love the manager to lay into the umpire, and if he shows a little bit more emotion, maybe that game would have changed. I don't thing. Mike, Ricky Batalico said that if Rob Thompson had gotten on the umpire earlier, Kirkering probably gets one of those out. So there, read that on the air. Maybe he does. We don't know. We have no idea. All I will say is, again, we go back to the article that Matt Gelb wrote that apparently – did you read the article?
Yes. So,
All right.
so the way it works is there is data on every umpire. For those who don't know, there is analytics about umpires as much as there are about players. And the analytics say that when a manager argues with Dylan Cuzzy basically gets worse.
Phil Cuzzy. That he gets worse as an umpire and that he digs in harder against your team. And that basically there were more negative calls against the team whose umpire argued with Cuzzy than didn't. Yeah, which I would never have known unless he wrote that article. Like, I had no clue.
Right. Now, first of all, I was shocked that there was that much analytical data on umpires, but I mean, good for that guy is compiling that data.
By the way, the umpire scorecard, which is a real thing,
yes,
which was out today, Cuzzy had 92% accuracy in the game last night.
Right. So,
excuse me, 91. He had 91% accuracy. His overall consistency was 92%. He called 145 out of 160 taken pitches correctly. So I don't know if that's good or bad. If I told you 91%, what's normal?
Right. I would have to find out what the normal number is to measure that.
Yeah, they list 3 impactful calls that he missed. They're both on the same batter. Chapman in the bottom of the 8th.
Right.
2-2 count.
The Chapman situation was so obvious,
yes,
anyone could have figured that out.
But people are acting like, somebody said he missed, all these calls, which, I don't know, is 91%. Where is that accuracy? I have no idea.
But I think the problem...
His strike, by the way, his ball accuracy was 94% that he got correct. The average, it says right here, the average is, called ball accuracy, 94%. The average is 97. Called strike accuracy, he got 85%. The average is 88. So 6 of 99,
average.
6 of 99 called balls were true strikes. 9 of 61 called strikes were actually balls. So I don't know, is that good or bad?
You just read it, that he is below the average.
The average is 88%. He was at 85, so he was below average last night.
So he was a problem.
There's no question about it. The question is, was he a problem in the one inning or throughout the night?
Well, I think it goes back to the other stat you read, which was he was consistent 92% of the time with his calls, which means maybe he was consistently bad.
I thought he was bad last night. I definitely was not sick enough for the umpire in this situation. All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. I just don't. I don't look at this game last night and say this is the manager who should have ripped the umpire. I say this Phillies offense is a problem.
It's a huge problem, and the fact that the organization has let it get to this point is a little concerning.
Mm-hmm. 609-403-0973. That to me, I can't listen. I am not disagreeing with anybody who thinks Thompson should have got into the umpire last night. I have no problem. If Thompson got in the umpire, I'll pump my fist and say, good job, Topper. I don't care whether he does, but I'm not saying he shouldn't have or whatever. I don't think it changes the outcome of the game. That's just me. But what I'm looking at, I say, I don't know how anybody the next day could complain about Topper before the lineup, which is a problem. To me, I'm going with the bigger problem. Rob Thompson on the list of problems, he's somewhere down here. The lineup problem is higher on my priority list. So why would I waste time talking about something that is a lower priority to me? If everybody assumes that he goes out and yells at the umpire, blows up at the umpire, and then that game changes, now you're putting the manager's priority of how the outcome of that game way higher on the list than I do. On my list of priorities of why they lost the game, their inefficiencies in the lineup is higher on the list than the manager not yelling at the umpire last night. That's just me. Maybe we don't see eye to eye on that, which is all good. I don't care. You think the way you do, I'll think the way I do. More Sports Bash coming up, 97.3 ESPN. All right, more Sports Bash on the way. Frank Close has his Phillies mailbag. We'll answer your mailbag questions. If you have a Phillies question for Frank, send it on in, 609-403-0973. Keep the text messages coming throughout the show. We'll read them off. By the way, got a question for you on the Twitter X platform. A lot of people has been responding to this question. I don't know how I even came up with it this morning. I was just kind of sitting around drinking my coffee, popped this out on the old Twitter machine, and what's the coolest sports memorabilia you own? Trading card, jersey, autographed item, equipment, ball. What do you got? Send us a picture. 609-403-0973. You can text the picture to the text board, and we'll collect them throughout the week here. And during the Nuggets segment, we'll start to show some of the cool sports memorabilia that you own. We got a lot of great stuff on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Frank Close, Phillies mailbag. If you have a question for the mailbag, pop it in, 609-403-0973. A lot of people still chiming in on Topper not yelling at the umpire last night. Says, Mike, you're missing my point. You're saying that yelling at the umpire isn't going to change the game. That's not my point. My point is stepping out to defend your players, so whether you win the game or not, you don't wait to the 8th to do it. You do it earlier when he was missing calls against Harper and Schwarber. I never said argue with the umpire is going to make the lineup hit or change the outcome of the game, but you need to defend your players at the time. Nobody's comparing him to Larry Boa. Yeah, but so if you're saying that maybe he did step out to defend the players. Maybe he talked to the players in the dugout. Maybe he told them, listen, I know that they aren't strikes. I mean, there's other ways to do it. You just want it to be out on television so you can see it. You know, I talk to players all the time. Listen, this umpire's killing you. He's squeezing you. They know that you have his back. It's just that, and by the way, I don't care what the other two stations are saying. They do it to rile people like you up because they know that you're on their side. I don't need you to agree with me. They do. It's easy to get everybody to agree with you. It's hard to be the person that says, I don't need you to agree with me. That's basically the basis is I don't need that. I don't need you to agree with me. It's okay if you don't, but I don't need you to agree with me. I'm sure Rob Thompson told Harper, listen, dude, that's not a strike. And Harper knows that he's got his back on that. Harper doesn't need Rob Thompson to go out there and make a jackass out of himself, kicking dirt up and down the field. You got a 60-year-old man going out there kicking dirt at a 69-year-old umpire. You think Bryce Harper really needs that to think his manager has his back? Come on, man. What year is this? 609-403-0973. I think, by the way, if I said that Rob Thompson is insignificant, isn't that being critical of your job? Like, I think the manager's insignificant. That's not a glowing review of, like, if someone said to you, hey, what do you think of the job that so-and-so does? I think he's insignificant. Is that am I backing the manager? I mean, you got to be out of your mind. I just don't care about the manager. Sucks, great. I don't even have a description for the manager. I find him to be insignificant. I don't think that's a glowing review. I think that's actually pretty critical of the manager. He's insignificant. Do you want to be labeled as insignificant at your workplace? Because I have a lot of people I can say are insignificant. That's not a good thing. If you work at a place and someone says you're insignificant, I think that's a pretty terrible job description. What do you think of this guy's job? He's insignificant. Oh, you're really praising Thompson. You're always got his back. I said he's insignificant. I think that's one of the worst things you can be called is insignificant. Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. He's going to be with us tomorrow. We're going to be down in Wildwood. He'll be there for the whole watch party, checking us out. Frank, you know, a lot of people, you know this, the Philly fans, they want you to go out. The manager has to go lay into the umpire, Phil Cuzzy, last night. Do you look at Thompson and say, where was he last night? Do you have a problem with Thompson not being out there for his players in that type of game where the umpire was so obtuse in his job performance last night?
Yeah, he was not good. If you look at the scorecard, I retweeted it earlier today if anybody's looking for it, but 3 really costly calls. Those 2 strikes that weren't strikes with Kerkering, and then also Bryce Harper getting called out on strikes on a ball. Those were the 3 major misses that he made that day. And I think you're right. He could have said something earlier on, but you know, I think more than getting into this dynamic of the umpire manager and having to scream and yell, I think that what the Major League Baseball and Players Association and MLB agreed to this spring, the little tap your head if a call looks like they got it wrong, and then in 2 seconds they just smooth it over. I think that should have some legs. I mean, imagine if JT Realmuto could have just patted his head, and then what do you know? He's out onto the next guy. It would have been a big nothing. So, or if Bryce Harper took a pitch and it was really a ball, he would just be on his way, right? So I think this is a reminder that this could be easily fixed, and you don't even have to worry about getting all. It's like all the other calls that can now be overturned. Every once in a while, you'll see an umpire kicking themselves for getting a call wrong, but at the end, the ump just gets it overturned. They are on their way. They get it right, and then they're just on to the next play. So I think this really screams that it's time for MLB to just adopt what really worked well this spring.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this. Are you surprised that the players said that? Was it the players who basically were like, "No, we're not ready for this"? I mean, that's what it was being reported. The players were the ones kind of pushing back on this.
I think at the beginning they agreed to a fixed period of time, and that was just in spring training, and they weren't going to renegotiate. I mean, I think they wanted to just abide by the terms of the deal that they had, and then, but I think that's something that will pass soon. I think you'll see that next year, no problem, and it will be agreed upon by everybody. Because, I mean, how many arguments have been saved with the replay? I think this will just make life that much easier.
Big time. I mean, last night, Phil Cuzzy, the report card came out. He missed the 2 pitches, and it said that, there were 3 significant calls that they said he missed. 2 in the Chapman at bat, although you can make an argument that all 3 pitches in the Chapman at bat that he missed, and then the Harper at bat earlier there. So, obviously it plays a big role. But to me, people want the manager to go out. It's just not my style. I don't really care whether the manager yells at the umpire or not. It's not my style. I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I don't think it changes the outcome of the game. To me, that's lower on the reason why they don't win these games. For me, the reason they don't win these games is the same reason they lose a lot of games. Their offense isn't good enough, and you saw it again last night.
Yeah, I can agree with that. And honestly, Caleb Cotham went out right after that hit from Chapman, and I'm sure Cotham just said, "Hey, look, clearly these were strikes," and just wanted him to go about his business. So if Cotham hadn't come out and there was no communication whatsoever to the pitcher, I mean, I think that would have been something. But that communication there, I think, was just fine. But yeah, you're right. They might have come out negative 1.42 runs according to the scorecard, the scorecard. But at the end of the day, the Phillies just scored once, so that wouldn't have made a difference.
All right, a couple mailbag questions. Let's hit on here quickly before we get to some other thoughts on the game and stuff that's going on. They're out west tonight. Max wants to know, what prospects, Frank, would you be willing to trade at the deadline if you were the Phillies? I like that question because everybody hears the 4, but there are more than 4 guys. Which ones would you be willing and unwilling?
So actually, the Phillies players are very well represented on the MLB pipeline. Now, the draft is going to be on Sunday, but as some of these prospects have risen to the major leagues, more players got added to the list, and the Phillies now have 6 in the top 100 prospect list. We all know Andrew Painter, Aiden Miller, Justin Crawford, Eduardo Tait. We've talked about a lot, but Mick Abel found his way back onto the top 100 prospect list. He's at 87, and then Rune Escobar is at 97. So the Phillies have a good number of top 100 prospects, and my answer right now is I would trade anyone. I think I've gotten to the point, and I probably have changed my opinion since the start of the season, but I don't think there should be any untouchables on this Phillies roster, right? I mean, you need some in-house prospects to rise and to help fill out your roster. You need some homegrown talent. You just can't buy everybody as a free agent, although the Phillies have done that a lot lately. But right now, you're watching Bryce Harper a little banged up, kind of coming to terms with his age. Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, they're aging as well. Trey Turner's giving you peak production right now. So I think the Phillies need to win with this bunch. And when you look at the trade deadline and what prospects have been given up, there's only one trade where you really saw any top-tier prospects get moved in a long time, and that was when Juan Soto was traded to the San Diego Padres by the Nationals, and they got 4 prospects out of it. 3 of them have been all-stars this year or last year. So we're talking about 2.5 years of a superstar in his prime for that. So I don't think there's any of those out there right now, but it kind of puts into perspective that the pieces that you do have could certainly get you something. I think Andrew Painter, for example, the one who's always talked about as the untouchable. I mean, if we're being honest, he had Tommy John surgery. It's not necessarily the complete fix, and he'll never have issues again. He's not being invincible at AAA, and even on the MLB pipeline, despite some of those top 10 prospects kind of raising out of that list because they're headed to the major leagues, Painter actually dropped 4 spots on the MLB pipeline, which is kind of interesting. So, Sixto Sanchez, where would the Phillies be if they held on to him and didn't trade for JT Realmuto, right? So I love to think of broadcaster Casey Stern. He said prospects are cool, parades are cooler. I think it's time for the Phillies to try to get this parade. So I would be open-minded if I were the Phillies about any prospect. That doesn't mean I would trade them all, but I think it's time to really go for it.
There was a proposed deal over at ESPN.com, Painter and Crawford for Byron Buxton. What do you do there?
I think that's too much. I think Miller for Buxton might be a that's a deal that you have to think really hard about. I mean, the nice thing about Buxton is he gives you 3 years plus the final 2 months if you acquire a Buxton. So maybe you feel better about trading a position prospect to get him, but I don't know that I would trade a pitching prospect for a player like Buxton. It's easier to make up just those 3 years difference in MLB service time than it is to try to compare it to what you'd be giving up in a pitcher. So I would personally think that that's a little bit too much, but maybe Nathan Miller gets it done, and that's not like it's a bad deal for the Twins either. That's still a very good prospect there, but yeah, Buxton, of course, we've talked about his injury possibilities. I think that does work against the Twins in trying to get some value there.
Would a Mick Abel, Justin Crawford deal get that done?
That's a tough one. I think that I think it probably could if I'm the Twins, but again, I think we've talked about before. There might be a mismatch there if their top prospect's a center fielder. Crawford could play left field, but maybe you wanted, maybe you wanted that left field spot for a bat that's more of a power bat. So I don't know. It might get it done. I don't know if the Twins would necessarily do it, but I think a prospect like Miller would be preferential to the Twins, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, the Twins do need a lot of pitching. The question would be, do they value Abel as, a guy that can help their pitching now? Their pitching right now is a problem for them, and, if they get a young arm like Mick Abel, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. He can't throw strikes. Do they look at him as a guy who's had problems throwing strikes? Do they look at him as the team that can say, you give us him, we'll figure out a way to get him to throw strikes? That's why Abel's such a tough guy to kind of manage in this deadline, because you don't know what each team's thinking about him.
Yeah, I agree. His value might have come down a notch lately. Of course, I think it didn't help Mick Abel that rain out where he technically was on the scorecard but didn't throw a pitch. Kind of messed with him because they just waited till his next start. They didn't move him up at all. So, but I think when he's at AAA, I think we need to keep an eye on him and make sure that he is actually right on the right track again. So I believe he pitches Thursday. So that'll be a game that I'm certainly looking at to see if he can get himself back on track working with Garrett Stubbs down there.
Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. Of course, his mailbag is up on our website. How many Cy Young efforts can this offense make not fun? That's from David. I like the way he phrased that question, because every day we come in and say how good the pitching is, and yet here we are talking about the offense again. So is having this level of pitching good enough to win a World Series? Yes, but can they win with this offense?
Yeah, this is a problem. And if you look at courtesy of Scott Lauber, Zach Wheeler since June 1st, 0.68 ERA. Ranger Suarez, 1.35. Christopher Sanchez, 1.69. And the Phillies, out of those 20 starts that the three of them have combined for, are 13-7. Don't you expect the team to be like 18-2 or something much greater than that when you're getting that kind of dominant starting pitching? So, of course, they need to be better than that. And I saw a stat earlier, and it's pretty interesting that if you look at all teams in Major League Baseball, the Phillies are 7th out of 30 teams with hitting with runners in scoring position. So it's not just a Phillies problem, but I think there is a real need here to make sure you get an offense that works a little bit better with each other. I think the Phillies realized that last season. In the offseason, there weren't a lot of opportunities to sort of fix that. Left field, of course, has been in a dead zone, next to no production coming out of there. Center field, Brandon Marsh has been okay, lately, but it could be very much be better as a whole in the season. So I think that the Phillies definitely need to address the offense at the trade deadline. So um, definitely a left fielder, someone who you feel is not going to strike out a lot and can make some contact and make stuff happen. You put the ball into play, more runs will score.
What do you make of the Jim Bowden comments last week regarding Castellanos? I haven't heard any Castellanos rumors. I would love to. I wouldn't mind trading Castellanos. I really haven't heard very many Castellanos rumors. He says multiple GMs think the Phillies, do any of these GMs have any interest in Castellanos? Because I don't think they do. If they can upgrade in right field, well, why would you take a lesser right field to give me a right? The whole comment just didn't make a lot of sense. What say you?
Yeah, because it's really not a rumor. It doesn't say anybody's interested in trading him. It doesn't say that the Phillies are interested in trading him. It was just that some GMs wonder if they'll trade him. So that makes me think that the rival GMs believe that there's a deficiency there in his defense. And unfortunately, after he was benched for that little spat with Rob Thompson, he has not looked good at all in right field. Now that everybody's paying more attention to him,
including that play in the third inning last night.
Yes. So I think he's just getting worse and worse out there. Maybe it's in his head at this point, but I think that the Phillies would be better off if he was their permanent DH. But of course, they have one that's better than he and Kyle Schwarber. So the Phillies don't have an open DH spot for Nick Castellanos. In the offseason, if they could trade him to a team that has the open DH spot, maybe there's a better fit. Or if Kyle Schwarber, say, leaves in free agency and maybe the Phillies sign Kyle Tucker, I don't know, and can put him in the outfield, maybe then he's your DH. But yeah, I think it's just a testament to his offense being a problem. And if the other GMs are noticing that, they're probably not very interested in trading for him.
Frank Close, 97.3 ESPN.com. All right, back to the mailbag here. CJ asked specifically about Sir Anthony Dominguez as a bullpen addition, but, I guess you could really say Dominguez, anybody. There was an article this weekend in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette that mentioned David Bednar and Dennis Santana. Any of those names push in your pile?
Yeah, I think that the Dominguez idea is not a bad one. In fact, CJ had messaged me a while back, actually in May, and Dominguez wasn't good in May. He had a 7.15 ERA in the month of May, but then June came and he didn't allow an earned run the entire month. And so you start thinking, okay, well maybe he's getting it together. So I think what you're seeing here, you got the smoke around Santana and Bednar. If the Phillies could get both in a deal, you might feel a lot better about the bullpen all in one shot, but
yeah,
getting two from one team, it might cost you a little bit more. I think Dominguez is a name that won't cost you necessarily a whole lot. He's a free agent to be, and the Baltimore Orioles, you see a lot of trade rumors around their closer Felix Bautista. If you could take both of them in one trade, that would be pretty nice. But I think a Dominguez type is kind of like akin to the Tanner Banks type last year, where you take someone who's maybe not a back end reliever, but can help you out a little bit. And so if Dominguez isn't my main guy, and there's a closer that's a lockdown reliever of some sort with him, or acquired in a separate deal, I think that's the type of trade that could make some sense. But very interesting. In fact, speaking of Santana and Bednar, CJ was DMing me. We were going back and forth, and he pointed out that Santana didn't do so well in New York when he was with the Yankees, and he isn't striking out a lot of batters, which you tend to want out of your late inning, high leverage relievers. But at the end of the day, he is getting batters out. He just has a 1.42 ERA. But I think you're going to see the Phillies talking to teams about maybe getting more than one pitcher if they're going to have to give up a decent prospect. And so I think that you'll hear a lot about the Phillies kind of at least looking into multi-reliever deals where maybe they could do some one-stop shopping and get both. But I think it's very fair to say the Phillies could use two relievers, especially since Jose Alvarado is not going to be available in the playoffs. You really need more than you have. And it's funny though, because the relievers have for the most part been sort of hanging around just fine as the Phillies offense has gotten quiet. You don't see a lot of blowouts from the bullpen lately, but definitely want to upgrade that as well this offseason. And I think, yeah, Dominguez, that's an interesting idea.
Here's a question for you. When Alvarado returns, does he return into high leverage situations? In other words, situations that you know he's not going to be there for in the playoffs. Do you want someone else to get ready for those situations, or do you use Alvarado in these higher leverage situations even though you know he won't be there?
It depends who they acquire. I would make sure that those acquisitions, especially if they have a lefty, if you do trade and give up good prospects for a high leverage lefty, that person's going to be in that role in the postseason. I would definitely play him that way. But that's the thing about the long season is that relievers aren't available one day to the next. Wouldn't it be nice to have an Alvarado as a high leverage option on day two when your other high leverage guy isn't available? So I think he can get some key outs for the Phillies, but clearly I think that they need to, kind of stack their relief plan looking ahead to the playoffs. But I guess Alvarado is going to be just kind of a nice bonus there, but they can't count on him for the playoffs, so they have to do something now, I think.
Yeah, that's a weird way. It's like kind of a weird situation where it's like, I know I'm not going to have you. I need to get these outs, but I need someone else to be able to do it when it really matters. But you got to get there. So I guess they're in a weird situation with that. We'll see. Dave Dombrowski's always been kind of the guy who's been known. Every time you hear someone in an interview, oh, Dave Dombrowski, he always makes the big move. He hasn't done that here. Is this the year that he does something that surprises all of us?
I think he could. I mean, just because the core that he has, and look, when he took the job, he was in a situation where he didn't have a lot of prospects. He had to pay high prices for lots of free agents, so he kind of pieced this together with a lot of free agents. They're up there in years because they signed older as it was. I think he's got to do something now. Like this, I think he did very, very well given the circumstances he walked into. But now is probably the time to make the bigger move and get the Phillies over the finish line and win a World Series.
All right, Frank Close, got any memorabilia? Got a big piece of memorabilia?
I was thinking about that. I do have the Sports Illustrated that Jimmy Rollins was on the cover of. I did get him to sign that. I think that's one of the pieces I think is pretty neat. But I also have a 1985 Stadium giveaway Larry Anderson
Oh,
Halloween mask, so that's kind of fun.
Hey, that's a good one there. All right, people keep them coming in on the text board, 609-403-0973, at Mike Gill Show on the text, on the Twitter X feed as well. All right, Frank, we'll see you tomorrow down at Yuri's in Wildwood.
See you then. Thanks, Mike.
All right, Frank will be live for the watch party tomorrow. We'll talk Phillies throughout the show with him. 3:45 first pitch, Phillies watch party tomorrow at Yuri's in Wildwood. Make sure you stop out, come see us, be a part of the show, the watch party. They got great drink specials, great specials, 50-cent wings, half-price pizzas, dollar hot dogs, drink specials. And we're going to have the Lombardi Trophy out there with us during the show. You can get your picture taken. So stop out tomorrow. Yuri's to the Sliders Bar. When you walk in Yuri's, the main entrance, there's an arcade on the left. The Sliders Bar is on the right. There's also outdoor seating straight ahead. But if it's as hot like it is today, you're going to want to hang out with us in the Sliders Bar. So stop out tomorrow to Yuri's in Wildwood to see the show, our Phillies watch party, the Phillies game, 3:45, and we hope to see you guys all there. All right, coming up on the Sports Bash, Sixers, no VJ Edgecombe last night, but what did Michael Kasky-Blomain take away from his Saturday night performance and how that could impact this season? We talked to our Sixers insider, Michael Kasky-Blomain, coming up next. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Sixers Summer League continues tonight. Now, no VJ Edgecombe last night, as we talked about a little bit earlier in the show. No Edgecombe tonight, but we're going to get into him, his role, what he could do for this Sixers team. I know it's just one Summer League game, but how impressed was Michael Kasky-Blomain? He covers the Sixers for 97.3 ESPN.com. The night he was drafted, obviously, there was a lot of split. Should they have taken Ace Bailey? Should they have taken VJ Edgecombe? Well, we talked about that after the draft. Now we've seen both guys in action, and you feel pretty good about what you got. But now that you've seen him and his skill set, what could he be? What kind of fit? Let's ask MKB from 97.3 ESPN.com. Michael Kasky-Blomain covers the Sixers. He joins us now. And let's go back to his opening night and just saw the skill set. Michael, 28 points, 27 shots. He kind of showed a little bit of everything. Give us a little breakdown on what you witnessed from VJ Edgecombe and then how you think he fits into the talent the Sixers have here.
Yeah, Mike, that was definitely one of the more impressive Summer League debuts, at least for a Sixers lottery pick in recent memory. And I think it would be almost impossible not to be impressed by what you saw from VJ, especially in some of the areas that were touted as, you know, maybe not necessarily his strengths coming out of college. Obviously, you knew about the athleticism, you knew about the speed and the finishing. But I think you saw him take major steps forward as a potential lead guard just in one game in terms of like hunting his own shot in the mid-range, knocking down like a handful of mid-range jumpers, stopping on a dime, pulling up in defenders' faces, and creating some looks for some of his guys around the basket. Like Bono benefited from his penetration a couple times. Johnny Broom, like he just really looked the part of a lead guard. And again, it was only one Summer League game. But I think if you combined what you already knew about him, which was the explosive athleticism and that, you know, ability to get to the rim and finish, and combined it with a guy who's clearly looking to develop the other aspects of his game, like the pull-up and pushing that all the way out to the perimeter. I mean, he's looking like a guy that has the tools. Obviously, you know, we're not going to crown him after one Summer League game, but he's looking like a guy that has the tools to be a really, really well-rounded three-level guard at a potential, you know, all-star caliber level.
I think one big question, we watch the NBA Finals, you watch Oklahoma City, you watch Indiana. They rolled a lot of duplicitous type of talent guards out there. Watching Edgecombe, do you think he could play with like a Grimes? Now, we'll get into Grimes in a little bit, but like a Grimes and a Maxey, could it be a Maxey, McCain, Edgecombe? Could they all play at the same time?
I think so, Mike. I mean, I think that's obviously going to be one of the bigger tests for Nick Nurse this coming season in terms of figuring out that rotation and exactly how those guys are going to kind of fit together. But to me, like Edgecombe really looked like a guy that could blossom into a lead guard, whereas Tyrese Maxey has always been kind of like a pseudo guard, maybe a shooting guard, playing point guard, a la Allen Iverson back in the day. And I think if they really go all in on making VJ like the lead guard, ball handler, both those guys, Maxey and McCain. I mean, McCain we saw last year that could play really well off ball. He could, you know, spot up, catch and shoot threes, a guy like that. So I do think that VJ specifically is looking like a guy that could be a lead guard that these other guys could play off of, and vice versa. I'm sure that VJ, as he gets more comfortable, he could play some time off ball. But I do think that's probably the most interesting question about the Sixers lineup at this point in terms of like how those 3 and 4 potentially, if Grimes coming back, guys are going to play together. But as you know, Mike, I think having too many guards is a good problem to have as opposed to, you know, the opposite end of the spectrum.
All right, break down the Grimes situation as you see it. Qualifying offer, he's a restricted. The restricted market is in a standstill right now. What happens now?
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of a standstill right now between the Sixers and Grimes, too. Like you said, Mike, I think a lot of that money for the market that he was looking for is kind of dried up. He had wanted, you know, a substantial payday, and you can't blame him. I think the Sixers probably realize at this point they're largely bidding against themselves in terms of teams that are available to give him like a long-term solid deal. So I think there's probably no rush on the Sixers' part. I think Grimes is probably holding out hope that you know, some of these teams like the Utah Jazz, for instance, have cleared some cap space in recent days with some of the moves they've made. A couple other teams. My guess is the Grimes is probably waiting with hope that, you know, one of these teams out here will clear up some space and give him an offer that then the Sixers will have the opportunity to match. But I think the waiting situation is probably just the both sides, specifically Grimes, hoping that some team out there comes up with a little bit more cap space to put some added pressure on the Sixers to match it.
Is that team out there? Utah, is it out there? Or do you look around and say he might want this, but it's just not there for him?
Yeah, I mean that's what it seems like. Things could change quickly in the NBA. Obviously, Mike, there could be a trade in the next day or two that opens up some cap space somewhere. But it just doesn't really seem – I mean, Quentin Grimes is a good player, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't seem like teams are really kind of banking their offseason on his acquisition or really pulling too many strings to open up that space for him that, he probably was hoping for. So I think ultimately the Sixers are probably going to be the team that has the most money and the most leverage. If he wants to go to a team like Utah, like sure, maybe something like that would give him, present itself. But if he wants the opportunity to play for a contender potentially in the East, I think the Sixers will ultimately end up being his best bet here.
What's the number you feel comfortable with? He's saying 25. I don't think anybody feels comfortable with that, but he's a tough one because I think if you just say, "Look, well, this guy was the good player on the bad team. He's not worth that kind of money." Where is that number? Where do you feel that the Sixers? Somebody makes an offer. They say 18. Do the Sixers match that?
Yeah, Mike, for me, heading into the free agency, the number that I had in my head was 15. I would have been really happy with a 4 years, about $60 million, about 15 a year over 4 years. Maybe I'd be willing to inch that up to, like you said, 17, 18. I think the absolute cap that I'd be willing to spend on Quentin Grimes would probably be 20, which would end up looking like a 4-year, $80 million deal, which to me is a little bit of an overpay, but that's also part of the game in NBA free agency. Sometimes to keep your guys, you have to pay a little bit extra. But I think in between that 15 and 20 range, with 20 being the absolute cap, is what, if I was the GM, what I would feel comfortable doing.
All right, Michael Kasky, Blomain, 97.3 ESPN.com covers the Sixers. Let's get some other Summer League thoughts from you. Any standouts of guys that, hey, I left more impressed with this guy than I thought could have a role once the season comes around?
Two guys come to mind, Mike. We're talking about Adem Bona, the second-round player, big man, and rookie second-round pick Johnny Broome. I think both of those guys, obviously, like you said, it's only been 2 games. We've only seen flashes. But to me, it's Summer League, especially with a team like Sixers, I'm looking at guys who have a legitimate chance to contribute to the real roster. And as we know, like a lot of the guys on this Summer League team aren't going to be playing for the Sixers come October, November. But Bona and Broome are 2 guys that, will be on the roster. And, Bona, we'll start with him. I thought he showed real growth, at least from what we saw from him last year, especially in that first Summer League game, playing out to the perimeter, knocking down like long-range shots, putting the ball on the ground a little bit, attacking the rim, finishing with power, which we already saw from him. But it really looks like the offense is coming along well for him, which is exciting. He has the prototypical size and speed to kind of be like the rim protector, lob finisher that teams love to have in the league today. And then Broome, like he's just the guy that came in the second-round pick, doesn't blow anyone away with the athleticism, really high IQ, knows where to be, obviously is really talented rebounder, good finisher. He dropped, I think it was 2 threes early in that game last night that showed that, he also could have that range to extend it out to the floor. So I think both of those guys, given the lack of depth in the front court for Philadelphia, I think there's a real pathway for both Bona and Broome to potentially play some meaningful minutes for the Sixers next season. So I've been pleased with what I've seen from them so far.
So what would that mean for Drummond? Because I agree. I thought Bona, I keep kind of referring, he's got like old man strength. He just seemed like a man out there. He's only 22 years old, but man, athletic. Something that Sixers just have not had. A guy who's a big man that can get up and down the floor and be athletic. Broome, a little different, more of a trail man, can probably handle the ball at the top. Good passer. I love the way he shot the 3, but you got Drummond kind of wedged in here. What's his move? What's the role there? Is there a move for him?
Yeah, I don't think he's a priority on the roster, Mike. I do think they've sniffed around a little bit for a potential trade. Obviously, he had the player option that he bought into. If it was a team option, I think things would have went the other way, and they probably would have walked away. But I look at Drummond, assuming he stays on the roster, as kind of just the third extra security center. Like, I think there's a real chance that Bona could be that number 2 backup. And then you have Drummond in there in case of emergency in a pinch. I mean, obviously we know there's going to be games where Joel misses. At that point, if you start Bona, then Drummond's still going to see some substantial minutes. But I think there's a chance where he's the third center on the depth chart and not a guy that they build around. I think you go with Bona and see what else he can bring to the floor.
All right, MKB's with us, covers the Sixers. They'll play tonight in the Salt Lake City Summer League. You'll go out west to Vegas starting on Thursday night. So I think one of the big stories, we talked Grimes, you see the two big men, obviously VJ here and what he brings to the team. This the health of everybody else. And this season really hinges on the health of everybody. Yesterday, the over-under total came out, 43.5 for Philadelphia. Where do you feel on that number there?
Yeah, I saw you had that on Twitter, Mike. I was interested looking at the replies. I personally think it's over. And again, I mean, obviously this is contingent on health. 43 is slightly over a 500 team. I think if the Sixers can stay healthy in a relatively open Eastern Conference, this is a team that could be knocking on the door of 50 wins like they were for many of those post-process years. Again, this is completely dependent on health. But if you get Joel Embiid for 50 to 60 games, you get Paul George for 60, 65 games, and the Maxey McCain coming back, we get to see what Edgecombe does. And I think this is legitimately a team that could win close to 50 games in the Eastern Conference.
All right, is there another move that maybe hasn't been talked about or something like lingering that you think Daryl Morey can make, should make?
I feel like I don't have a specific name, but looking at the roster and the depth chart, I just still feel like there's a pretty glaring hole at the power forward spot. Like, I don't know how comfortable they would be going into that season with Trendon Wofford as your starting four-man, or even pushing Paul George down to forward again as opposed to small forward. So I wouldn't be shocked if there's still some hunting out there to add one more forward to the roster. It's pretty slim pickings at this point, and I don't think the Sixers have much in terms of the way of trade assets if you're looking to potentially shake things up. But I think that maybe in addition to the Grimes thing, obviously there might be another forward that gets added to the roster before training camp.
All right, Michael Kasky-Blomain, of course, the Sixers Summer League team continues. We'll see what happens with Joel and Paul George. And, of course, Maxey. He missed a lot of time. And McCain. Look, he missed a lot of time, too, last year. What's his role when he comes back? I want to get your thoughts on that because, let me see, do you look at VJ Edgecombe? I know he's played one game. But what you saw, his skill set, that's what Summer League is for. Like, okay, can this guy walk and chew gum? Yes. Does he add a skill set that I didn't really think he had? Possibly. That little mid-range jumper, he looked pretty pure on that. He's a good catch-and-shoot three guy. So does Edgecombe profile as a guy who should start right away?
That's tough, Mike. I mean, if we were talking about a lottery team, the Sixers got a lottery pick. I don't think you view them as a lottery team. Absolutely. Like, that's a guy that you bring in, start right away. With a team like the Sixers that are built to win in the present as currently constructed and will face those expectations, I think you have to wait a little bit. I'm sure there will be some growing pains for him, especially if he's making a move to like a full-time lead guard role. There will probably be some growing pains, and maybe you start the season bringing him off the bench with a starting backcourt of Maxey and Grimes or Maxey and McCain. But from what, again, one Summer League game, the skill set that he displayed, I think he has that talent that's almost going to be undeniable to keep him off the floor. It might take a little while for him to crack the starting lineup, but I think that very quickly he'll play a very legitimate role for the Sixers. And by, when we're talking around the All-Star break, there's a good chance that he could already be, in that starting lineup for sure.
All right, Michael Kasky-Blomain, 97.3 ESPN.com. The Sixers Summer League continues tonight. Thursday night, the Vegas Summer League begins. And, of course, we'll have plenty more on them. Hopefully VJ is out there. I would assume not tonight, probably to say, hey, rest up. Vegas is a little bit of a bigger deal. But I said this, Michael, he was so good in the game on Saturday night that the Sixers might say, we don't even need to see any more from you. Like, did you get that feel? He was, like, so much better than everybody else. They might not need to see him play anymore.
Especially given the Sixers' history of weird injuries to top draft picks. I mean, that almost might be the safer thing. Just keep him in bubble wrap till training camp,
Right, and the fact that it's like a thumb, you're like, really? A thumb is now the problem that he can't play?
Selfishly, I would like to see him play a couple more just because he looked so good in that first game. And like you said, the Vegas League, it would be nice to see him. But I certainly wouldn't be angry if they decided to just be like, you know what, let's keep him as fresh as possible. No injuries. We'll see you in October, Yeah,
I agree with that. All right, Michael Kasky-Blomain, everybody. Sixers Summer League continues, and we'll have more coverage right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks for having me on, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, MKB, everybody here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got so much more to go, including in the 4 o'clock hour. It is today's football at 4. Adam Kaplan will be joining us to talk a little football with you here on the Sports Bash. And coming up in today's football at 4, we're going to take a look at the rise of the backup QB and how will he factor into this season and more. Plus, on the other side, it is our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Which quarterback has the most pressure this season? I have my list of the 5 QBs who have the most pressure on them. That's next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. This hour is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation for generations. Call 609-390-3907 or online at broadlees.net. Stick around. The unsportsmanlike moment of the day is coming up next.
So I'm not taking a whole lot of significance at all from what Ohtani's doing right now on the mound, other than the fact that he's out there and he's healthy and he's like ramping up his pitch count. The subs.
Isn't the answer always going to be Lamar Jackson until he gets to and or wins the Super Bowl? We're talking about a guy who is a 2-time MVP award winner. And by the way, he may have had his best season last year, even though he didn't win the MVP and Josh Allen did. He was sensational last year. He's got Derrick Henry. He's got other weapons. The defense took a big step up last year, and now you add Jair Alexander. You have a head coach who's won a Super Bowl. If it's not Lamar Jackson, I don't know who has more pressure on him heading into this season.
That was our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Michelle Smallman thinks that Lamar Jackson has the most pressure out of every quarterback in the NFL. Is she right? Well, she's not wrong, but he didn't make my list of 5, Josh. I got my list of the 5 quarterbacks I think have the most pressure this year.
I don't know if I agree with this list. That he's got to be 1 of 5.
See, listen. We are so fixated on winning championships and all that stuff. I don't think anything changes for Jackson. He doesn't have any more pressure this year than he did last year or the year before that. Like, that's already been there for him. So I don't think he has more now than ever before.
See, I look at it as, I don't need you to win a championship. I need you to just get to the neighborhood. I don't need you to move into the house. You know, at some point, like, one of the reasons why we give Jim Kelly credit is because he got to 4 championships. He never won one, but at least he got there.
Yeah, but that's where I look at Lamar. He's like Jim Kelly. Kind of. Just hasn't been to the Super Bowl. Do I think he can't get to the Super Bowl? No, I think he can get to the Super Bowl. I just think he just hasn't been there. That's like a lot of things. Like, if you get knocked out in the second round, you're not good enough to win a championship. Well, yeah, maybe the team that's in the second round is better than the team that made it to the finals.
That's true.
Played.
Some of this is team-oriented. We know some of those Ravens defenses have choked at times in the postseason.
And he has not played well in big games either. I will say that. But ultimately, do I think it's because he's not good enough or he stinks or anything? No, I just think the circumstances have just been lined up that it hasn't gotten done for him yet.
So who are your 5?
Number 5. Now, it's not to say that Lamar doesn't belong in the conversation. I think he does. I have a couple guys that belong in the conversation. We'll get to them, but these are my 5. Number 5, C.J. Stroud. You say, what? He's got pressure on him, I think, to take that step forward. He had the great rookie year. Then last year he kind of was like,
sophomore slump.
What's he going to be this year? Because that team is the best team in that division, right?
They should be.
And it's because of him. But what if he doesn't take that next step?
That's a problem.
Number 4, I'm going Josh Allen here. You would say, how do you go Josh Allen and not Lamar? This guy's been the MVP of the league, just like Lamar. He's had great games. He's in Buffalo. Baltimore's won a Super Bowl. Buffalo has the whole city dying to win a Super Bowl. And it's all on this kid. Because without him, they're a nothing burger.
Although I will say Buffalo is not as deep and talented of a team as Baltimore. So I think the pressure is a little different. Is that fair?
Part of the reason why there's so much pressure on Allen, because the only way they win is because of Allen.
Because of him, you're right.
Baltimore can win in a couple of other ways. Number 3, Jordan Love.
I like this one. This is a good one by you.
Jordan Love's getting that. He's getting that reputation as like the next Packer quarterback, where like they just only had, and then it's like, well, then you're gonna have to win a big game. Not beating the crappy Cowboys in a wild card game doesn't count, or a division round, I guess that was. Got to get a big win. He hasn't got one yet.
Got to get to a conference final.
Especially with everybody always saying, oh, Green Bay, they got all these weapons. They went out and got it, and they drafted him a wide receiver, something they never did for Aaron Rodgers.
It's now or never, buddy.
Number 2, this might be a little high. J.J. McCarthy's walking into a team that won 14 games last year. They got rid of the quarterback and said, you're the guy. Is he going to win 14 games with this team?
No.
It's a lot of pressure right off the bat.
It is a lot of pressure. I mean, I would probably put him a little lower on the list, but I think he deserves to be on the list just because of the reality.
I get it, the fact that he's a rookie and he's never played, but he was a first-round pick. You had a guy. You traded him. Or the trade Darnold? No, he was a free agent.
No, he's a free agent. But they're handing him the keys to the car, and there's no safety net. There's no fallback. There's no veteran. They didn't bring in like some bona fide veteran like Joe Flacco to be like, hey, kid, if you stumble and fall, none. It's JJ or bust.
Number 1, Jaden Daniels. I know, same situation. Second-year guy, but you took him to the conference finals. Now the pressure's on that you've got to be the guy to get them back there. Right. Keep this franchise. It's been a laughing stock, had all sorts of problems. They had the 1 year with RG3, and then they fell into obscurity again.
Yep.
He's got to keep them in the conversation. Otherwise, you fall into the RG3 thing. You're a 1 year wonder. That is my 5 quarterbacks, and that is our unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Hey, be a sport. Come out and see us tomorrow. We're going to be at Yuri's Waterfront, Wildwood. Our Phillies watch parties continue. Phillies Giants tomorrow, 3:45 first pitch. Come out and see the show. Our Phillies insider Frank Close is going to be there for the whole show. Nicky Nuggets will be on the scene. Plus, you can get your picture taken with the Philadelphia Eagles Super Bowl trophy. Stop out. We'll have the trophy on display. We had a ton of people get their picture taken last week, but if you couldn't get out there, the trophy will be out there with us tomorrow. You can get your picture taken, Yuri's, plus stick around and watch the Phillies for the tailgate party and all the great specials that they have. 50-cent wings, half-price pizzas, $1 dogs. Can't beat the specials at the Sliders Bar at Yuri's in Wildwood. Football at 4, next. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Yesterday we had a Mosher Mailbag Monday edition, and if we didn't get to your questions, I see questions that came in throughout the day. We'll get to those again next week. And, of course, right now we're going to take a look at the Eagles as they are officially 2 weeks from the day they report. They will be at the NovaCare Center. Not next Tuesday, but the following Tuesday. Eagles will report and be on the practice field the following day. Football at 4 will be all over it as we are right now here on the Sports Bash. Adam Kaplan is here with a Tuesday edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. 2 weeks from today, Adam, the Eagles will report. You know the summer is a-flying when we're talking Eagles reporting.
Yeah, it's funny when people say, oh, the start of the offseason, or we know it's coming when we have the draft. I always say this first day of training camp. Reporting is one thing. You can't do anything other than you have meetings the day before the next practice. But just to see who's there and what these players look like, is there any difference from the 5 weeks they've been off? And you also want to see the rookies, right, or the younger players. And one of the guys we're going to talk about today is a guy that, when you and I were talking about in a recent Football at 4 about, okay, who are the bench players, who are the guys who will be in sub packages, and who are the guys in backup roles? The one guy we really glossed over, but could have a bigger role than you think. Not only Mike is Tanner McKee, number 16, going to be the number 2 quarterback, but as we've learned throughout our time here on Football at 4, and also Eagle fans know, you can go back to Michael Vick. When he got hurt, when Kevin Cobb got hurt, then Michael Vick played. You could go through what happened when A.J. Feely had to play, which was shocking, Mike, when he had to play. And then his tape was so good, somehow they got a second-round pick for him. You just never know what's going to happen. And Tanner McKee is a guy that, and we've talked about him now for 2 years, and we'll get into sort of his rise and what happened at Stanford and around his career. But the reason why I want to bring him up is, man, if he had to play, I know people would love to know how good he could be.
Yeah, I mean, I was at the game last year. He played against the Giants, and everybody went crazy for him for the one day. I thought in the first half he was really good. In the second half, They kind of figured him out a little bit. They ran the same play figuratively over and over and over again. That little wheel, drag across the back to the tight end there. But let's talk about McKee because, you don't ever want to think about an injury to your starting quarterback. But the Eagles did win a Super Bowl with the backup quarterback. So McKee, he dropped to the 6th round in 2023. Why didn't anybody else have him as a prospect of higher regard?
Yeah, so Mike, here's the way it's explained to me. So he only played 2 years at Stanford. He was on a Mormon mission for 2 years. His tape was intriguing because he's 6'5.5", is a very strong arm, but not a real good athlete. Didn't move out of the way all that well. Showed some good pocket presence and willingness to stand there, but his numbers weren't great. Now, the second year that he started, I think he averaged over 33 pass attempts per game. So you saw that if you give him some volume, maybe he could handle it. Now, you have to always look at context. Like, well, what is he working with? Elijah Higgins, who was a big jumbo receiver who would be drafted by Miami, then the Cardinals would claim him off waivers and make Higgins a tight end. Michael Wilson, who was a third-round pick for the Cardinals, is still there, hasn't really done much for them. But that's all he really had. He didn't have any high-end talent to work with. So I think that was part of it. And as one scout told me, if you were putting a grade in and you were giving a draft grade, well, you're talking about transitioning what he could be. He thought that he had low-end starter qualities. A guy that was an area scout at the time for the West, and he said you saw the body, but the reason why you didn't see him as a more than bottom of the NFL type talent in terms of being a starter, you didn't see him as a good enough athlete. You just didn't see that he can move. You didn't see enough of him. There's a term, you jumping on the table for a player. This is not a guy you might have jumped on the table for, but you understand why he at least was drafted because there was something there in him.
Yeah, he's interesting because of his size, as you mentioned there. But in training camp, this is your opportunity to shine. In 2023 is when he got his first opportunity. Is that when the Eagles said, hey, we may have found our backup quarterback?
Well, Mike, it's interesting. In 2023, he didn't really have a great training camp. To be honest with you, when we were watching him, Because you have to remember now, back then, when you're taking a guy in the sixth round, let's call it like it is. You don't expect the guy to ever contribute. That is a backup round. And you're thinking, probably low end backup, nothing better than that. But then certain things happen. Marcus Mariota, he didn't have a great training camp. Ian Book didn't throw the ball very well. They liked him. Pretty good athlete for the position. Smaller, remember they cleaned him off waivers from the Saints. And they had McKee. So let's put it this way. Mariota was locked into the two position. And Tanner did not have a great training camp. But understand something, Mike. Every NFL team gets access to preseason tape. His preseason tape at 23 was very intriguing. He was at Baltimore, right? If you watched that game, boy, you saw some really good throws. Then they faced the Browns here, and they also had two joint practices. I was at those practices. And then they hosted the Colts. You saw enough on there, knowing the way this league is and with his size and arm strength, he pretty much put himself on the team by what he did in the preseason. And we know how he likes to give his draft picks anyway. Probably wouldn't have cut him based on Howie's history. But there was nothing in training camp that said he should be on his team. But that preseason tape, Mike, was really intriguing where you're like, you know what? They cannot try to put him through waivers and put him on the practice squad. That's way too risky.
Adam Kaplan, Football at 4. We're looking at one of the more important, underrated important guys. Hopefully not important, but he could turn into an important guy. Yeah. Everybody always loved the backup quarterback. Tanner McKee is right now likely the backup quarterback. How about last year? He gets into OTAs. He had some. They brought in guys. Pickett, they make the trade. Will Grier, they had brought in, who had been a really good college quarterback. So what stood out about him last year?
Will Grier was a guy that Kellen Moore was familiar with, and he wanted him there. Had him with the Chargers, had him with the Cowboys. But the big thing last year was Kenny Pickett, because they felt that they were going to make another run. They felt really good about. Let's put it this way. They thought they could be a playoff team. I just want to be clear. It's not like they were thinking Super Bowl. And they weren't really thinking Super Bowl in 2017 either, but, hey, it happened. But they thought they'd be a nice team. They thought they'd be improved coming out of 23. And Tanner, you could definitely see in OTAs, Mike, there was something with his footwork. We didn't see this before. He was moving better. And then in training camp, it was like, wow, is this the same guy? It looked like they were working on his mechanics and his footwork. And I, to be honest with you, Mike, I was stunned. I was like, wow, I did not see this before. And no one I talked to around the NFL and scouting ever mentioned this. They always said that he didn't move all that well, and he was just okay getting out of his own way. And with pocket passers, like if you watch Jameis Winston, who couldn't run a lick, Jameis learned over the years to move out of his own way, and he's a tall pocket passer. Just to give you an example of guys. Most quarterbacks now, Mike, Kirk Cousins is one doesn't move all that well, but he found a way to get out of his own way. These pocket passers, there's a lot of guys who were never runners that don't move all that well. They had to learn it. But whatever they worked on with him last year, in their quarterback room, Doug Nussmeier, and obviously Kevin Patullo was involved, and others, it really looked good, Mike. And it looked like, Mike, it really did look like that they were on something. But you mentioned Kenny Pickett. They had to get through the Kenny Pickett situation because they traded for him. They got him from the Steelers, so they had to get through that. Pickett did some nice things in training camp, but when you will watch training, you could ask Andrew DeCecco the same question because he and I were there. When you watch both quarterbacks throw, you go, it's like night and day. There's a major difference.
I know in the games they had the option. They started Pickett, but if it wasn't Pickett's a veteran. He was a first-round pick, and they had the real choice. Would they have started McKee over Pickett in a bigger game, or was Pickett still the guy?
That's a great question, Mike. I would say this from what we had heard last year. If you I would say to the latter part of training camp and through what we had heard through practice during the regular season, it's very clear that McKee was doing better, but you don't make those kind of decisions in training camp. You don't make those decisions in season. You do it for the next off season. So if Pickett, I think you might have asked us this on Football at 4 in February after the Super Bowl. Okay, what are they going to do with McKee and Pickett? Well, what we said was if they don't trade one of them, they're going to have a competition. There's absolutely no way it won't be open. It was very obvious to what we had heard that McKee was ready to go. And you mentioned his tape, the Giants game where he looked pretty good. Enough. You take all the preseason tape in the 2 years plus that Giant game.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, there's something here, and that's the whole point of this, Mike. And as you were saying, what would happen? It's like when the Eagles drafted Jalen Hurts. Let me just bring this up. This is 5 years now. Their thought process 10 months after they extended Wentz's contract was, let's develop Hurts for 3 years as his backup. We know with Carson's injury history, he'll probably play a little bit. If the tape is good, we'll flip him. No one knew what would happen with Wentz, that he regressed to the degree. It just, things work out. Well, I'm not saying McKee's not competing for, nor do they think he could ever take the job, even if Hurts got hurt. But what if McKee played 2 or 3 good games and it's really good tape? Well, who's to say they can't get a second-round pick next year? That's the whole point of this.
Absolutely. And the Phillies, as you mentioned, the Eagles, have been pretty good at finding guys to take players that were probably not as good as the compensation they got back in return. The Eagles traded Pickett to Cleveland. Where's he on that depth chart, you think, right now? Is he in the mix?
He's in the mix. The Browns will tell you it's wide open. My money would be on Joe Flacco. Mm-hmm. He knows that offense. He was with them 2 years ago. I know they have a different play caller. Stefanski may call the plays this season. The offense changed a little bit, but he knows a lot of those coaches. He knows that building. And is Joe the same player he was 2 years ago? Probably not, where he put the team on his back. He is the reason why they made the playoffs, and last year wasn't as good with the Colts. But Kenny Pickett will have a chance to prove himself. By the way, he didn't play badly in the regular season. He did okay. I know he got knocked. A lot of the fans don't like him, but the Eagles thought he did okay.
Well, if you're the backup quarterback and you don't, come out and win games like Nick Foles does, you're a nothing burger, right?
I know. And it's funny because people forget when Nick was hurt in 2014. After the great 27-2 in 2013, he didn't play as well in 2014. People forget about that.
All right, real quick, let's get to how do other teams see McKee? When you look at other teams around the league, because we're talking about possibly trading him off, how do teams see him?
They're aware of him. Jeff, I'm talking to Moshe about it. Jeff's heard stuff from other people. He and I have. They're all aware of him. They've seen the preseason tape, especially pro personnel people. It's their job to know about him. I think it's something that. Now, I want to mention this. I'm not thinking Kyle McCord will be the reason why if they shocked us and traded McKee, well, obviously they would play in it. They would think McCord's ready, but the Eagles' thinking is not that McCord would be ready to be the 2 of the season. That's not their thinking, to be clear here. But I would tell you that, let's say that McKee, his preseason tape's really good, and let's say he plays 1 or 2 games, the tape is good, and McCord has a good training camp preseason, and he's doing well behind the scenes in the regular season, that gives the Eagles more leverage to trade McKee next year going into March. That would give him a reason to trade McKee if McCord's progressing.
Right, so the McCord draft pick, if he becomes the McKee, then they can get compensation for McKee if they feel comfortable about McCord. So ultimately, the McCord situation is something that bears witnessing in this training camp, much like the McKee was back in 2023.
No doubt. Both are 6th-round picks now. They also have, now we should mention Dorian Thompson-Robinson, DTR, a former Cleveland Brown draft pick who played for Chip Kelly at UCLA. We outlined this at the time of the trade. Howie Roseman really liked him for that draft 3 years ago. Didn't work out for the Browns. Were looking to move him. It just didn't work out there. You never know if a guy lights it up. He's got movement ability, he can run. You never know. I mean, he didn't look good when he had a chance to play, but you never know when he – look, Howie talked about this before, Mike. People laughed at it, and I understood it. When he talked about the quarterback factory, this is what he was talking about. I know it's hard for people to get that out. Some of the things that Howie said over the years, people like to make fun of, but now you understand it? This is what Howie was talking about, developing quarterbacks.
All right, Adam Kaplan here. By the way, ESPN.com did their rankings of the best defensive tackles. This was coaches, scouts, executives. Jalen Carter on the list at number 3. So we'll see if Jalen Carter's ready to take another step forward this year. I thought number 3, he was behind only Chris Jones and Dexter Lawrence. Fair or unfair?
I would say where they are now, see, you got to take the body of work of Sexy Dexy, as his nickname is, and Chris Jones. I would say this, if you want to say who's the most talented right now, it's probably Jalen Carter, but it's in terms of he just hasn't been around long enough. Yeah, it's fair. I mean, they're both great players. Chris Jones, it's interesting. He dropped to the 2nd round, which was a surprise, but there were some maturity issues when he was drafted. He became one of their leaders for the Chiefs. You could throw out all that the the stuff that came out for that draft when he came out. He's terrific. Dexter Lawrence is phenomenal. Great draft pick for the Giants. But Jalen Carter, Mike, is just, and you got to give the Eagles credit here. Howie Roseman, he made a choice. He got good enough information. They thought they could handle him. Everything we've heard pretty much has been very good. And he knows, Jalen knows this is a big year. The Eagles don't wait, Mike, as we've been outlining, and all the fans know. The Eagles, after year 3, that's when you could sign a drafted player to an extension. They don't wait. If the guy's kicking butt still, he's getting an extension.
Yeah, and the area for Carter to improve, they say, is consistently, I should say, winning his one-on-one matchup. So that'll be something we'll see if Carter improves on. 4.5 sacks, 8.8 pass rush win rate last year. Can Carter be even better? That's another story we'll be watching here on Football at 4. Adam Kaplan, everybody, will be back on a Friday edition of Football at 4. And don't forget the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. Just search for Inside the Birds. And, of course, with us right here on Football at 4. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Here's Adam Kaplan, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. It is Football at 4, and, of course, it's powered by the Inside the Birds podcast and brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, and coming up, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets here. We got a lot going on in the Nuggets. I want to get Nuggets thoughts. We got I put out a Twitter question earlier about sports memorabilia. A lot of people have been reacting to it, so we'll read off some of the memorabilia. What's the coolest sports memorabilia you own? Trading card, jersey, autograph item, a signed ball, a foul ball that maybe you caught, some sort of equipment. What do you got? We'll read off some of the stuff that's been coming in at Mike Gill Show on the text board. And speaking of Nuggets, he's going to be live with me tomorrow at Yuri's in Wildwood. We're going to be back for another Phillies watch party tomorrow. Stop out and see the show, Phillies watch party. Phillies first pitch tomorrow, 3:45. It's a day game against the San Francisco Giants. So stop out and see the final game of the 3-game set. By the way, Phil's tonight. They do play later tonight. It is it's another 9:45 start. Taijuan Walker against Ray tonight. Yikes. Taijuan Walker, no bueno. Tomorrow, 3:45 first pitch at Yuri's. We're going to get Luzardo and Verlander. So stop out right at the foot of the bridge in Wildwood at Yuri's. Big show tomorrow. Sliders Bar, 50-cent wings, dollar dogs, half-price pizza, drink specials, great beer menu, great drink menu, great food menu. We got some great food there last week. Plus, we'll have the Eagles Lombardi Trophy out there with us that everybody can get their picture taken. So you got to come dressed. Either Phillies gear for the game, Eagles gear for the picture. Our Phillies insider Frank Close is going to be out live hosting with us for the full show during the Phillies watch party. We're live tomorrow. Yuri's Wildwood at the foot of the bridge, exit 4A in Wildwood. Stop out and see us tomorrow for the watch party. Then the watch party will be taking a little bit of a break. There's no Philly day games on Wednesdays for the rest of the month, but we'll have plenty more of those coming up, including tomorrow. That's our next one. And then the following Wednesday that will be out there will be July the 30th when the Phillies play the White Sox. All right? All right, coming up next, we got the Nuggets for you here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And, of course, subscribe right now to the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe, and be a part of the show. More Sports Bash coming up. host of the Shift podcast, and, of course, the Locker Room producer weekends on 97.3 ESPN. He joins us now for another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Everybody buzzing about the Nuggets yesterday with the pizza. Earnshaw.
Really?
The pizza got a lot of attention yesterday. We have a lot of psychopaths in the audience, it seems like. People eating the middle slice of the grandma's pie. I don't know how they do it.
Oh, that's brutal. Guys, gals, what are we doing? It's the corner. No, nothing else. It's not even close. Not even close.
Not even close. Let's see the poll question, what it ended up. There's 69% went corner, 30%, 69.2 corner, 30.8 said the middle slice. So, yeah, I think we got some psychos. You got to watch yourself walking around town here, Earnshaw. You got people eating the middle slice of the grandma's pie.
Yeah, the middle slice is bad look. Bad look.
Now,
I mean, how could you enjoy that? You get all messy. The tomato gets on your hands, in your fingernails. It's gross.
Yeah, it's just like eating a wing.
No.
You get the hands all messy. You know, it's gross. It's
no.
you know.
It's a bad comp.
By the way, the grandma and the Sicilian pie, very similar.
Yes, very similar. Very similar. So if either way, if you're going Sicilian, grandma pie, whatever, it's corner or the side.
I had a guy yesterday, Mr. Know-It-All, was like, it's a Sicilian. I said, no, it's a grandma. They said it right on the damn thing. It's a grandma slice. The piece of paper said grandma right on it.
How about this? Square pizza. If it's a square pizza, right? You gotta go corner. It's not even a question. You are lost if you don't go corner. You're a weirdo. I'll still be friends with you. But, I mean.
You're not a weirdo. You're a psycho. Something's wrong with you.
All right. A strong word. But yeah.
You're psychotic. You got psychotic tendencies if you eat the middle slice.
Yeah.
Hey, man, I don't know the Nuggets today, but see our question over at Mike Gill Show. Earnshaw, you got any memorabilia? Any sports memorabilia? What's up?
Oh, yeah. I dedicated a whole nugget to this one. I had to. You know me. I'm a big sports memorabilia guy. And by the way, in case you didn't notice about me, in case the audience didn't know it either, I sold baseball cards to get me through college, okay? That's what I did during COVID. I sold baseball cards, all I did through college. It was a lot of fun. Nothing to do at times. So that's what I got back into while I was 20 years old. So about 5 years ago. I have two that are very important to me. Two pieces of memorabilia, all right? My Hunter Pence signed baseball. I got it when he was a Philadelphia Philly. He was running back to the dugout, threw him the ball, threw him the pen. He signed it. That's number one because, I was, a young kid. He was my favorite player. Even when he was with the Astros before he got traded here, I loved the way he played. He had that crazy swing, the way about him. So that's number one. And then number two, when I went to Cooperstown 2 years ago for the first time, I found a George the Moose Earnshaw 1934 Gowdy card in one of the shops. So,
now, for the people who don't know, what is this? You're like your great-grandfather or something? Great-uncle?
I think it's three greats, and it's an uncle. Yeah, it's an uncle in the family, down the family tree. So, yeah, I didn't learn about this till I was a little bit older. My dad didn't even know till he was in his 30s about this, till he found out. So, yes, having those two, the Hunter Pence signed baseball, the George Earnshaw baseball card
now,
are my
just
top
for the people out there, George Earnshaw played for the Philadelphia A's.
Yes.
Now, I got the Wikipedia page up on Earnshaw here. Do you know his stats?
Yeah,
he was a pitcher.
He was a 20-game winner. He led the league in wins in 29. He's two-time World Series champion, 29 and 30. Him and Lefty Grove. I mean, they were dealing. They were dealing, Mike, back in the day.
127 and 93 is his win-loss record with a 4.38 ERA. Had over 1,000 strikeouts, did the Moose. That is a long-distance relative of our own Nuggets. Played for the Athletic, the Philadelphia A's.
Yeah, it's funny. I was on the air one time doing a show, and we found out that in one game, I can't remember what year it was on this day. I think that was the segment. We found out that he gave up 3 home runs to the Babe in one game before.
Wow. Now, Connie Mack, according to Wikipedia, gave Earnshaw more credit than any other player for the 1930 World Series win by the Athletics.
Yes, and then that relationship deteriorated. Then he sold them off to the White Sox. He turned into a little bit of a James Harden. The Moose was a big partier. He liked that afterwards. So,
all right, so what's your greatest sports memorabilia? We got a lot of people messaging us throughout the day. I don't know if you've been watching the social media feed, but I'll give a shout-out to some of these people again. Tom, at Mike Gill Show, has a picture of Iverson doing the step over on Tyronn Lue. He's got that all, and he's got an autographed. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen here for you, Ernst.
Wow.
I'll have to get some of these up on the screen for the people watching on the YouTube channel at Mike Gill Show. Look at some of this memorabilia this guy's got here. Let me throw it up there. Bang. Let me go. There you got the Iverson autograph right there.
Oh.
Then you've got a autographed Mike Quick jersey. And it's a Kelly Green for you there, by the way.
Yes, that's my color.
And he's got the Brandon Graham strip sack autograph. Look at that thing.
Oh, that's beautiful.
That's
beautiful.
That's a nice one there. We got a couple people chiming in at Mike Gill Show. If you want to send a picture to the text board, Elliot on the YouTube channel as well, if you're watching there. Elliot's got a nice look at this picture. He's got a signed AI jersey, the old school black. Look at that thing.
That's awesome. That's awesome. See, I love that type of stuff. I'm very much a nerd when it comes to memorabilia, things of that nature. And there was another one, but the week before the Super Bowl in 17-18, met Jalen Mills, got the signed autograph of him over Julio Jones. That's another piece I got. Yeah.
Now, Phil, who's at Beard Knowledge, Phil looks like he's got a whole bunch. He says, not sure if you could see it well, but there's a Harry the K art in the back over his right shoulder. He said he found it over at a thrift store for $5. Wait till I pop this one up on the screen. But those of you listening out there, if you have a piece of memorabilia you want to send in to us, what is the best? Look at this thing from Phil. He looks like he's doing the YouTube show there. Phil's got a nice little YouTube show on the, the STT Sports Network. And over his right shoulder, see it up there? Oh, yeah. I see it. There's Harry the K. Bang. Look, that's a nice piece there, Phil. Good stuff.
Oh, that's awesome. See, this is a great job by you. I love this segment. Maybe we'll do a little sidebar on some of the pieces we got, Mike.
The summertime and the living's easy. David J. at Mike Gill says he's got a baseball signed by Ryan Duran, David Cone, David Wells, who threw a perfect game at Yankee Stadium. Good stuff there. Got another one here from Joe. He says, as a Braves fan, we went to a game during the 1990 season at the old Fulton County Stadium. He got a baseball autograph by a then unknown Francisco Cabrera. Not your co-host, Francisco, but Francisco Cabrera.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love hearing people's different types of pieces that they have of memorabilia. And we're all a kid at heart. And when you get it as a kid, it just means more. That's why the Hunter Pence one for me, I was a young kid. The Jalen Mills one, I was in high school. Like all those pieces when I have at home, they mean so much.
Look at that one. Paul Hudrick, our old buddy Paul Hudrick, who covers the Sixers, he chimed in at Mike Gill Show. He's got a Kevin Stocker broken bat, signed it at spring training in 1995. Kevin Stocker now, of course, part of the Phillies radio broadcast, but got it at spring training in 95 from Kevin Stocker.
That's awesome. I mean, a broken bat sign. I mean, that doesn't get better than that. I hope it's in a glass case or something. That's sick.
Oh, man. So keep them coming at Mike Gill Show or text in 609-403-0973. We'll see at the end of the week what kind of I don't know how this even came across my mind. Like, no one asked me. It just was literally this morning. I said, I'm going to throw a random question out there about sports memorabilia, and a lot of people chiming in on the sports memorabilia. So what is your best piece of sports memorabilia that you've got? The coolest sports memorabilia own? Is it a trading card, a jersey, autographed item, a ball, some equipment? What do you got? Let us know at Mike Gill Show or 609-403-0973. We'll check in on the Nuggets each day. By the way, if you're watching on the YouTube video, you can see behind me, I got the Brian Propp 1987 Stanley Cup Flyers team signed by the whole team. Nuggets, you see it every weekend when you're in here.
Every single weekend I see the proper jersey. I get jealous. I get a little bit jealous. I can't lie. Sometimes I'm like, can I have that? And I'm like, I'll leave it here. It's Mike's. I won't touch it. I'm not going to do it. It looks good in the background.
I'm surprised the Schweim hasn't tried to lift it.
Yeah, I'm surprised here. He's a big Flyers guy, big hockey guy, the Schweiner is. Now, I don't know if that would fit him either. So,
well, guess what? It don't fit me either. But it's still hanging in back there.
I love it. Nothing better than sports memorabilia. Make you feel like a kid again. All right, let's get into some of these other nuggets. Nugget number 2. I'm going to get a little angry now. Okay, I'm a little upset. Phil Cuzzy last night, Mike. I mean,
he was bad.
Brutal. ABS cannot get here fast enough. ABS would have, rectified some of the issues Phil Cuzzy was having behind the dish. And by the way, Phil Cuzzy is also the oldest active umpire at 69 years of age, according to Phillies Tailgate. Saw that, they're a great account. They always do a great job. Listen, you had in the
Phillies Tailgate, by the way, is the number one Phillies account out there. Number one.
Awesome. All the
time.
At
Phil's Tailgate.
Give them a follow. Absolutely. But in the top of the 8th inning, Mike, Bryce Harper had a runner on first, nobody out. Cuzzy called the first 2 pitches against strikes. They were out of the zone. Then the bottom of the 8th, Orion Kerkering, threw 3 straight strikes to Matt Chapman. And 2 pitches were in the zone. They were right there. Cuzzy called all of them balls. And then eventually Matt Chapman hits a base hit, etc. And we know the game ends 3-1. ABS, Mike, cannot get here quick enough. That was atrocious last night in the 8th inning. 8th inning, it was a bad job. Cuzzy was bad all night, inconsistent. But last night, that's egregious.
Bad job. Now, listen, I don't know if you heard the bite. We played it earlier. Bobby Valentine was on Nothing Personal with our buddy David Sampson today. So let's play that bite again. This is Bobby V going off last night, actually this morning, about the umpiring right now in Major League Baseball.
Rule number 1 could be enforced and in play every game instead of being the stuff that I have to watch every day and you have to watch every day with guys missing calls. Why don't we institute an automatic balls and strikes? It's ridiculous that we worry about the umpires union. We worry about the catchers union. The rule book says that if you throw it over the plate, it's a strike. If you don't, it's a ball. That's rule number 1, and it's not enforced in every game that we watch, and it's getting me sick every game that I watch. 1 at-bat can mean the game, 1 game can mean the championship, and we allow that to persist. I don't get it.
So the challenge system, though, looks like it could be in place for next season. And that
was pitches. A guy missed 20 of them the other day in one game.
20 pitches he missed in one game. 20. Bobby V insistent that they get the ABS.
Yeah, I totally agree with him, Mike. Totally. It's just what aggravates me the most when it comes to officiating. It's across all sports. It's been rough, especially over the last couple of years. It just seems like it's gotten worse. Missing blatant calls, and they're changing the outcomes of the game. Last night, because of Phil Cuzzy, changed the outcome of the game. When that happened, when they're supposed to be the arbiters of the rules during the game, they should not be changing the game with missed calls. That infuriates me. And Bobby Valentine has every right, and he is correct to say that. There's no reason to get something like that wrong. The Kerkering thing was so egregious. The Harper thing was bad. Then the Kerkering. Come on. That changed the entire complexity of the game and cost the Phillies a win.
Yeah, last night, Kerkering, he was just like aghast. He didn't know what to do. He was just like, where do I got to throw this thing? You saw Caleb Cotham. Then Cotham went out to the mound. Yep. And obviously not much accomplished with that mound visit because the whole inning ended up unraveling there and the Phillies lost. But, yeah, it was bad. And, listen, I was at a game this year at spring training where the ABS system was in effect. It is seamless. And you know what? It's another thing. I was during the broadcast on Sunday, Cole Hamels was on the broadcast.
Yep.
And he talked about the fact that he went to a game in Japan and the umpire doesn't even do anything. They literally tell him every pitch in his ear, ball or strike. So he said those umpires, all they're there to do is just say ball or strike. They don't even make the calls anymore. And he said you don't even notice it. You don't even notice that the umpire's not making the calls. That's how seamless it is. The fact that Major League Baseball in 2025 can't get this right. Now, the report that came out that said the players weren't comfortable with it yet, I find that to be bizarre. I find that to be bizarre that the players would be the ones that say they're not ready for this yet.
No, I think that's crazy. How can you not be ready for it? You're getting the calls you want. Correct. It's not hard. It's in the strike zone. A strike. If it's outside the strike zone, a ball. Like Bobby said, this is not complicated. This is 5th grade right here. This is actually 1st grade, kindergarten, preschool. This is not hard. Okay, Mike? I'm shocked they didn't implement ABS this year. I'm shocked. It was such a success during spring training. It's going to be a success. It's just going to help everybody out. You're getting everything right.
If Major League Baseball wanted some good PR at the All-Star break, when they make this announcement of what television network they're going to be going to, I guess, moving forward here, they should also say, and implementing in the second half of the year, we're going to the ABS ball strike system. And everybody would say, great decision. Don't need to wait till the end of the CBA. Don't need all this nonsense. Get it going for the second half of this season.
Yeah, I mean, you're costing games here. I mean, it's been so bad. But the balls and strikes, I mean, come on. You got to get it right. I mean, when you're that off and that bad, and you're now affecting an outcome of not just an at-bat, but of an entire game in the eighth inning, these big moments, that needs to change. And, I don't love implementing stuff mid-season, but this is something that could be seamless. You won't even notice it, and it'll enhance the game. Baseball's in a really good spot right now. Baseball has some momentum overall. So that's where I'm at with the ABS and the umpiring, because it's getting all off the rails.
All right, before we get to the next nugget, we got some more sports memorabilia that's been coming in here.
Wow.
At Mike Gill Show. So this one came in a little earlier today. I just kind of saw this one. Look at that. An autographed LeBron James card.
Holy moly. That's got to be worth a lot. It's a mint 10. A mint 10 is crazy. That's the best you could get. And it's autographed, and it's out of, I believe, 500 on there. So there's only 500 of those in the world, Mike.
Jeez, I mean, this guy's got a little mint, and he's watching our show. Kudos to that guy. Look at that, a Joe Namath autograph card.
Oh, we're going down the list right now. I'm getting really excited. Now I might go buy a pack of baseball cards today after
this
work.
This is a 65 Topps Joe Namath Authentic 10, rated 10.
I will see if I can show the audience. Oh, the Fleer MJ.
86 Fleer MJ, mint condition, a 9 rating.
That's
only what,
nuts.
57 of them?
That's
what that
nuts.
57 is, or that's the number of the card?
That's the number of the card.
All right, and one more here. A Kobe Bryant Laker gold and purple, 2 separate autographed Kobe Bryant jerseys.
Wow, that's incredible. People have some really cool stuff out there. Let me tell you. Mike, I'm going to send to you the George Earnshaw while we're live on the air right now, so you have it, of the George Earnshaw card. It's the Gowdy card. So I'll send that over just so you have it, because it's pretty cool. And these pictures that people are sending in, I mean, just keep them coming, because people love seeing what everybody else has. And it's a big market out there. People love this. Even young kids, you wouldn't think, they're on the computer all day. People love baseball cards, especially young kids right now, too.
Yeah, I didn't realize that the baseball card, I always talk about, growing up in Margate, I was on the island all the time. We'd get on our bikes and we would ride from one card shop to the next. You would sit there all day just watching people open packs of cards. Now, in my age bracket, it was the Griffey Jr., the Upper Deck card. That was one that you were waiting for. There was one year where everybody wanted the Greg Jeffries card. Greg Jeffries was supposed to be like this huge prospect. He never quite made it to that status. He was a good player, not a great player, but everybody wanted that Jeffries card. There was a couple other ones, but we would literally ride our bikes, sit in that card shop all day and just talk to the guy behind the counter, watching people open packs of cards. So keep the memorabilia pictures coming. 609-403-0973. A lot of people hitting this up on the social media at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN, and on the text board. So if you have some more that we get in before the end of the Nuggets segment here. All right, what's any more Nuggets for us here, Nuggets?
All right, one more nugget before I get out of here. Kyle Lowry re-signs with the 76ers. They signed Eric Gordon and Kyle Lowry. By the way, also VJ Edgecombe didn't play last night. Had a finger contusion. That made me lose my line. I mean, here we go, Mike. Here we go. Yesterday was not a good day as a Sixers fan. After the Nuggets yesterday, it didn't turn out too great.
Yeah, when I saw they had a thumb problem, I'm thinking of exactly the opposite of last year, where Paul George wasn't a thumb, it was a pinky. And I'm thinking, really? That's the number? That's the digit we're going with? It's like a thumb. It's like, you can't make this stuff up with the Sixers, man. It's a pinky, one guy. The other guy has a thumb. Couldn't it just be the middle finger so he can just stick it off to all of us? If you've got already a wild injury, you're thinking, oh my God, is this going to happen all season long? I wanted to watch Edgecombe last night. I'm excited, and then not there. I'm not there.
Turned on the TV.
What I tell you yesterday, he was so good the first game that I think the Sixers are going to be like, we don't even really need to see too much more of this guy. I think you'll see him tonight, maybe.
Yeah.
They play tonight. If not tonight, you probably will see them for the first game of the Vegas Summer League, which is the bigger Summer League of the two. So that one's Thursday night at 10 o'clock. They play the Spurs.
Honestly, just sit them till Vegas. Just sit them till Vegas, Mike, at this point. Just do it. I don't want to see them play.
Last night without Edgecombe out there, it was kind of a major disappointment.
It was. Absolutely. All right, Mike. There are the Nuggets today.
All right, that's the Nuggets. And, of course, you can keep sending your memorabilia in throughout the show. And then this week on the Nuggets, we'll look at memorabilia. Now, I brought up mine. Now, did you ever send me? We'll do the now, Earnshaw's going to be on the show tomorrow all day.
Correct.
We're going down for the show at Yuri's tomorrow. We got a Phillies afternoon game tomorrow, so it's a Phillies watch party down at Yuri's in Wildwood. We're going to be there tomorrow for the whole show, 2 to 6. What time's the Phillies' first pitch tomorrow? Is that a 4 o'clock first pitch?
Yeah, I think it's late. It's a weird time because they're on the West Coast at this point.
3:45 tomorrow. By the way, you
Weird.
know who's joining us for the show tomorrow?
Who?
Phillies insider Frank Close is going to be there for the whole show to watch the Phillies with us. So we'll do Phillies all throughout the day, live Phillies watch party, and don't forget, the Lombardi's going to be with us. You can get your picture taken at Yuri's tomorrow. What a great room that was, by the way. We were there last week. Everybody was there with their Phillies stuff on. Come out with your Phillies jersey, but maybe bring an Eagles T-shirt with you to get your picture taken with the Lombardi. But bring the whole party out there tomorrow at Yuri's in Wildwood. Earnshaw, and a special appearance by Frank Close, our Phillies insider, who's going to hang out for the full show tomorrow, talking Phillies, watching the Phillies, 3:45 first pitch down at Yuri's in Wildwood. All right,
Mike, I'll talk to you.
All right, there you go. There's the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the Twitter X platform at Mike Gill Show. Hey, don't forget our friends over at DraftKings. Yes, indeed. Make sure you get in on the party there. The Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and get on the fun on the DraftKings Casino, ranked the #1 online casino experience. They've got everything you've been searching for. Thousands of exciting games, huge jackpots, exclusive offers, and more. New players get 10-day welcome offer, 500 spins on Huff and More Puff when you play just $5 to start. Download the DraftKings Casino app, sign up with DraftKings code DK973 and spin your favorite slots. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in New Jersey. Eligibility restrictions do apply. New Jersey, new customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days. Valid for featured game only and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends on August 24th of this year at 11:59 p.m. in the East. #1, based on Eilers and Krychek, 2H24 product analysis. When we come back on the Sports Bash, it is our 5 o'clock hour, the drive home from work with everything that's happened in Phil's Sixers Summer League, all that and more next on the Sports Bash. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the drive home from work. We've been talking a lot of memorabilia today. Back in the Nuggets segment, people keep sending their memorabilia in. 609-403-0973 if you want to do that. Sixers Summer League last night, a little bit of a disappointment. No Edgecombe. They'll play again tonight. Phil's last night. Now, game was 1-1 in the 8th. That's when Phil Cuzzy took over, the umpire, that is. And a lot of people talking about that throughout the day. We got a lot happening on the final segment, or the final hour, I should say, of the show here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, let's bring Ryan into the show. Ryan Rothstein's back for the Rye or Sigh. What are some of the things happening in the sports world today? Especially here locally, we got a lot happening with this Sixers Summer League. That was a disappointment last night. No Edgecombe in that game, so it's hard to kind of get into that one. We'll see. They play again tonight, 7 o'clock, and then they're off on Wednesday. They'll play on Thursday. But late night Phils, did you make it all the way to the end?
Yeah, man, I made it. I was up. I like these late night starts. You know, it's not always ideal, but it changes it up. It's something different. You say, all right, not 7 o'clock. You know, you have a little bit more time for activities around the dinner time, range. So I don't hate it.
Yeah, well, it was cool last night because you got Sixers at 7, right into the Phillies at 9:45, and then so yeah. Generally, the 9:45 is not bad. I don't like those 10:30 starts.
Yeah, 10:30 is pushing it a little bit. 10:30 is a little bit too late. Not like 9:45 is light years earlier, but
yeah, that extra that extra time there is it's like an extra 45 minutes. It's it's nice.
But I want to talk about Cuzzy. Yo, Cuz. What do you make of the umpire taking center stage last night, for better or worse? And it sort of ties into the robot umps, right? I mean, like, it's sort of unacceptable, but you also appreciate the human element, right? Like, how do you take away last night?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've always, when there's an umpire and he has like a strike zone that's like a little bit off the plate, Kevin Gregg in the World Series years ago, like if you're the pitcher and that guy's giving you that spot, you just keep going for it. But last night was kind of egregious. I mean, Kerkering struck the guy out 3 times. Harper gets struck out on a bad call. And listen, when we're watching the game and it happens in real time like that, it's like, oh, that's a ball. And then, like, if you slow it down where that catcher catches that ball, I mean, that umpire's there and he sees this and the ball might be like, remember, it's where the ball crosses the plate, not where the catcher catches the ball. Mm-hmm. So I think that gets confused a lot, too. Listen, the ABS system is so easy to accomplish and get done. I can't believe we're not at the point where they're just like, hey, let this call the balls and strikes. And then the batters can't have anything to say. Like, you can't argue with anybody. It's like, hey, that's what the call was. So I think they need to get that rolling. And for whatever reason, apparently the players were the ones that kind of pushed back on it. Like, I don't know why that would be the case. But if that's the case, well, then they reap what they sow.
Yeah, I mean, there's just going to be a new set of issues. I'm not saying I'm against changing it up and taking away the human element and implementing the technology to some degree, whether it's full throttle or just incorporating it. If you have it, you should. But it will introduce a new set of issues. Like, it's not going to solve all of the world's issues when it comes to baseball, especially with the ball and strike. Like, it's just going to be new and different, and new issues will now be taking center stage, right? You're not going to perfect it.
I guess you're right. I mean, you're going to get to a point where the players are going to complain a little bit about this or that, or but I can't see not implementing the ABS if you have the ability to do so. And if they're like, well, we got to wait till next season. No, you don't. Get everybody together and just come together and say, listen, we need to get this going now. And they can do it. Look, this is last night, his Phil Cuzzy's report card. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, he got 91% of the calls correct. 85% of his strike calls were actually strikes, 94 on the ball accuracy. So he had a couple of missed calls. They list them. The most impactful missed calls. Well, it was in the bottom of the 8th, Kerkering to Chapman. It's a 2-2 count. He had a strikeout on that call, according to this report card. They say they got it wrong. Then against Chapman on a 1-2 count, the same hitter, he struck out twice. It was a strike. He called it a ball. And then you got the Bryce Harper. It's 2 outs, runner on first, a 2-2 count. and he punches him out on strike. So those are 3 calls that affected the game a little bit there, especially the 2 Kirk-Green at bats in the 8th inning.
You can't help but wonder about the timing of it too, right? 91% is pretty darn good. I mean, I don't know what the average is for umps, but I would assume 91% you're doing a pretty good job, wouldn't you think? So to have those calls and those issues come up when they do, with gambling now and everything, you just can't help but let your mind wander a little bit with.
Well, that's another point is like, hey, you gamble on that game and that umpire blows 2 calls like that in the 8th inning of a game. That is a big factor all of a sudden.
Yeah, well, I mean, I was thinking, is the ump betting on the game? Forget about Joe Schmo's bets. I don't care about him. Yeah. I don't care about my bet, but 91 percentile, and then the bottom of the 8th, all of a sudden you have 3 ridiculous decisions. Why?
Good call. I mean, did you see the one the last week where they had the pitcher? They said he threw 2 non-competitive pitches, and they thought he was gambling on the game because the pitches were so non-competitive.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, all those things are fair now, and all those things are going to be, I think they should be emphasized and put under a microscope now with legalized betting. I think it's all fair.
Yeah. Well, definitely. Listen, those things do cross your mind. You brought it up. I didn't really think about it, but yeah, that's definitely something that you got to think about is, are the umpires, hey, I can miss by a half an inch, and that's
right.
okay,
91% correct, right? Like, you can slide under the radar. These guys have been doing it a long time. They're allegedly really good at what they do. So I don't know. You never know. It's all something that sports now has to figure out the policies and procedures of making sure that guys aren't doing that. But
now, when you watch that game last night, the Phillies score 1 run in the game. I mean, obviously they didn't have much going offensively. That's the kind of game again last night where you're just like, this happens way too much with this team. The offense just goes absolutely flat in a game like that. Doesn't it feel like when you're watching those games out on the West Coast, like San Francisco, San Diego, it's almost like the production of the broadcast is just like meh. It makes you like everything feels like meh when they're out there for some reason. Like everything just feels different and like sleepwalking through the game last night, and you get 1 run out of it.
Definitely. I think meh is the only way to describe it. I think you hit the nail on the head.
0 for 20 now. 0 for their last 20 with runners in scoring position. Last night, 0 for 6. They left 7 guys on base. It was just a night where like nothing really felt like urgent at all, ever.
Yeah, no, you're right. And it's, Bryce Harper, it's not like he was absolutely horrifying last night, but his struggles continue. He's still trying to clearly figure things out, right? And I'll continue to contest that. It's Bryce Harper can be the difference, and he will be the difference in whether this team's able to make a World Series run, at least, win a pennant, get out of the NL, get back to the World Series, and then you see what happens. But, it's up to him. The power rankings I checked this morning, for whatever they're worth to people listening and watching out there, Phillies are ranked 3rd. Like, this is a team that's ready to go to the World Series, and you have a guy, arguably your best player, should be your best player in Bryce Harper, that still hasn't really put his stamp on things yet this year.
No, that's a good point, is that you're in first place. You are one of the best teams in baseball, and you're really getting a meh. We're talking about the word meh. Yeah. You're kind of getting a meh year from Bryce Harper right now. Like, there hasn't been a moment from Harper. There's nothing like, yeah, he got hot. He's getting going here. There's never been that moment where you felt like, all right, Harper's starting to come around here, and yet they're 53-38, a game up in National League East. It's like, but can he push through this and get to that point where he starts to get going? Because he's never really got going. That's a good point that you bring up, is that they're in first place doing all this without Harper really being any version of Harper that we're kind of been used to.
Yeah, and I know everyone is frightened of the Dodgers, and I get it, understandably so. All right, I am too. They're still ridiculously unhealthy. Okay, and I think it's hard to imagine them getting close to 100% health-wise. You take out the Dodgers, there's no team in baseball that has like 3 facets that are absolutely check the box. 3 facets, meaning starting pitching's really good, bullpen's really good, offense is really good and scary. There's no team besides the Dodgers that have all of that. So if you're the Phillies, like, I know we complain about them a lot. Yes, the bullpen is questionable. Yeah, we don't have right-handed hitting. I get all of that stuff. It's all fair and valid and true, but no team does. Is that fair to say, or do you sigh at that?
Oh, no, I think, we had Doug Glanville on last week. It was actually a week ago today. It was a Tuesday, and we talked to Glanville about it, and he's like, look, I just watch, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Padres. He's like, and all these teams. Now, he's like, when the Dodgers are healthy, they have less holes, but he's like, everybody's got holes. He's like, the Mets right now, they're one game behind you, and you would think they're the worst team in the league. They're 52-39. Like, there's a lot of teams that all have significant warts that they need to figure out how to fill. The Phillies are one of them. I think the big difference with the Phillies is their warts are the same warts that they've had. So it almost feels like they haven't fixed them for 3 years now.
Yeah. Yeah. The bullpen's I would say the most frustrating thing because, we would kill to have last year's bullpen, right? For this year.
I think you would say if you had last year's bullpen, you would probably now Alvarado getting hit with the PED thing. It's going to be interesting when he comes back. How much are they going to lean on him when he comes back to actually be a big part of this? Because you don't have him in the playoffs. It's like, what do you do? Do you even say, look, we don't have you for the playoffs. We got to get used to playing without you.
Yeah, I think it's one extreme or the other. I think it's have fun riding pine, dude. Crack jokes in the bullpen. Or we're going to ride you until the wheels fall off to save other arms in our pen.
That's a good point. It's like, hey, we can use you but it's like you don't want to carve out this major role for him that he's not going to have.
I know.
Yeah. By the way, our friends at Phillies Tailgate popped this up on the old X platform. The Phillies are 3 for 34 with runners in scoring position since last Friday. That's not good.
Is that good? No, it's not. Jeez, man. Yeah. It's this team, dude. It's so frustrating to your point because it just feels like when they lose, it's 1-0. It's last night, 1-1, and then you lose. It's just how they've been losing too. And yes, they're a top 5 team in all of Major League Baseball. I get it. They're leading the NL East. All good things, great things. But man, when they go cold, they really do it up.
No doubt. And listen, this has been their problem for 3 years here, right?
Yep. Yeah. And you still say, man, Bryce Harper's still been a no-show. He's not on the All-Star team. Yes, the injury is a factor and all of that, of course. But if Harper can just catch lightning in a bottle when the time's right, I think this team is good enough. Bullpen warts and all.
Now, we were talking about this a little earlier. Tim Kelly over at On Pattison wrote an article this morning. And he said with an obvious lineup need, the Phillies might have to consider upgrading a position that isn't a weakness. This is something that I've talked about before, and this kind of ties into the Castellanos rumors and stuff. Now, I'm not saying Castellanos is a strength or a weakness. He's just meh to me. He's just kind of whatever. But that's what you might have to look at is, look, hey, I can't find a center fielder. I can't find a left fielder. But maybe I can improve my right fielder, or I can improve my second baseman, or I can improve my third baseman, even though third base isn't a big problem. But can I get a player at third base that will hit in the middle of my lineup and be a better option than Bohm? And you might say, well, what am I going to do with Bohm? You might have to trade Bohm to get a better situation there. I don't know. It's a very complicated thing. The Castellanos things makes no sense to me that this would work out. But if I could trade Castellanos to somehow get a better right fielder, and that's my only move that I can make, then I might have to get. That's why I talk about second base. I might have to just say, I'm done with Stott. I'm ready to move on with Stott, although he hit the home run the other night to win the game for them.
Yeah.
But if I can find a better second baseman than Bryce Stott right now, I might have to do it.
Yeah, but if you're Dombrowski, can't you also – you can argue it's make or break with the trade deadline and what he decides to do or not do. But what he decides to do can not only make the year, it could also break it. Because I'll go back to what I just said before you bring that point up. This is a team right now that's third in all of Major League Baseball in many power rankings. They're a team that's winning the division if the season ended today. They're a team that can win it all as currently constructed, a team that has had nothing production-wise from Bryce Harper. So if you make a radical type of a trade like that, I'm not saying I'm against it, but Dombrowski, in an attempt to fix things, could also break the whole machine down. So I don't know, man. It's walking on eggshells, is it not?
It's hey, look, he's got an unenviable task right now to try to figure out how I can fix a team that is in first place, is pretty good, but not quite good enough. All right, I got a question to see if you're signed at or not.
Okay.
Paul Hudrick tweeted this out around, sometime in the 11 o'clock hour this morning. We were talking about this earlier with Michael Kasky-Blomane.
Okay.
He says, are the Jazz a credible threat to sign Quentin Grimes? In short, probably not. But are you sighing at trying to make sure you bring Quentin Grimes back? Like, is he a guy that's important enough that you want to make sure you get him back here?
No, not for a certain price. Like I saw 4 years, $75 million floated out there. I'm like, dude, Quentin Grimes is a nice player. I'm not giving him $70 million, dude. I'm not. And this is a team that just brought back Kyle Lowry. They just brought back Gordon. You have Edgecombe. You have Maxey. You have McCain. How many guards do you need right now? Grimes would be a great addition, a great 3-and-D guy. He played very well last year when me and you played alongside him.
Oh.
I'm not paying him $70 million, MG.
See, what's funny you say that. Like, I'm talking to different people now that are like, no, this guy is worth $18 million a year. Like, he is that good of a player. Like, if you put him and Maxey together, his size, that one thing, a lot of people talk about with Grimes, underrated defensive player. You saw what Indiana did. You saw what Oklahoma City rolls out like 6 different guards. Like, can you go Maxey, Grimes? Can you play Maxey, Grimes, and Edgecombe together? Edgecombe has a little extra size. Grimes has a little extra size. Can you roll out those guys? Like, I don't know. I think because of the way that he was acquired and then the fact that he was the good player on the bad team, are we undervaluing what Grimes could possibly mean for this team? Could he be your Nembhard? Can he be your Neesmith? Could he be your Benedict Mathurin? Could he be that guy for you?
Yeah, maybe he could, but my point is, like, this is a career 10 points a game guy. There's a lot of dudes out there that do what Grimes does. I think you say, are we undervaluing? We might be. But I think we're overvaluing. Because, yeah, he dropped 21 a game last year, but I can't – that sample size and the environment in how he produced that, I can't
I agree.
That's overvaluing it. It just is.
I agree. Like, what's his he's a tough one, man. Like, what is his usage rate? I guess that would be the stat you're looking at here. I'm looking at the analytic number. What would his usage rate be? He played in 33 minutes a game last year. He averaged 22 points a game, by the way. He was second on the team. Third on the team in scoring behind Embiid. Embiid played 19 games. Maxey averaged 26. Embiid 23. Grimes averaged 21.9. Now, the question is, when you look at him across the board, what numbers did he put up that you're like, that would translate into something? He shot 38% from 3. That's a pretty, on 6 attempts per game almost. I mean, that's a pretty good, actually, I'm sorry. He shot in Philly last year on the Sixers. He shot, oh my God, these video ads are just all over the place.
37%.
Right. But he shot 8 threes a game in Philly, 37%. Last year between Philly and Dallas, 38% on 6. In Dallas, he shot almost 40% from 3. Then he shot 8 threes here, and that dropped down to 37%. But if he was a 37% three-point shooter, playing about 27 minutes a game, could he get you 15? I don't know. I mean, he's a tough one.
It's a tough one, man, because it's 2 different worlds. Like you can go and do what you did, and we can analyze those numbers last year for the Sixers when he was playing without Embiid, without Maxey, without all the guys that he'd be playing with now, where there's no repercussions for his actions, right? But it takes a certain player to say, okay, you're on the floor with Embiid and Paul George and Tyrese Maxey, all stars. Your role now is the 4th or 5th scorer, but it's an important role. When you're open in the corner, you may only get 3 3-point shots. You got to drain 2 of them, dude. We need you in the 4th quarter of a playoff game. We don't know what his DNA is. So for us to overanalyze those meaningless games last year and say we're going to give you 80 mil, I don't know, man. I don't know. That scares me, Mike.
I agree. I agree with that. And it's almost like, I remember the scene of George Niang's like, yo, dude, next year when Embiid's back, you're going to be in the corner.
Right.
That's okay. If you're in the corner, catch and shoot, make me 2 threes a night, and then you're worth it to me.
Right, exactly. Like there's dudes you go in an open gym, you're like, he's the best player on the floor. And then in high school, he couldn't see a minute. Because it's just like there's different dynamics of how you play that game. So we'll see if he can do it. I would not pay him though. I wouldn't.
All right. Where are you signing? 14 million? 11 million? Where's the side point?
I mean, I would love if he can just accept the initial offer. What was it, 8.7 or something?
8.9, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be great. I mean, if we can get him, what are you saying, like 4 years, 11 mil? Okay. It's a couple more mil a year from the 8.9, right? But I think I'm signing anything over 11. Even 11 is on the fence for me, man.
All right. Well, that's hey, Keith Smith was on last week. He said the restricted free agents are all in like a holding pattern here. We'll see what happens. Obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on that because I do kind of find that he would be a very interesting piece on this team. Like Maxey and Grimes starting together, maybe McCain and Edgecombe rolling that second unit out there. So you have, those guys can kind of come off the bench. Then you can elevate it to where Edgecombe kind of slides into like a 3-guard, Maxey, Grimes, Edgecombe, Maxey, Edgecombe, McCain. You can try to do stuff like that. Be very athletic, very up and down the floor. That stuff is, all pretty appealing.
You certainly have options, as you just highlighted. So, we'll see. We'll see what Morey and Grimes decide to hopefully settle on.
All right. We got, by the way, speaking of big deals, Paolo Banchero, $239 million earlier this morning, rookie max deal there. That Magic team's going to be pretty good. You were saying yesterday, about the East being sneaky kind of good. I think everybody looks at it and just assumes, the Pacers confirmed Halliburton's not going to play next year. Boston likely won't play Tatum all next year. So those two teams are kind of taking steps back in the mix. But Cleveland should be pretty good. I think Orlando's going to be in the mix. I think Atlanta's got pretty sneaky good all of a sudden. The Knicks should be good still.
Detroit.
The over-under for Sixers was 43.5. We talked about that yesterday. So that means the odds makers have the Sixers, like last year, 43.5 would get them the 6th seed. So, I think the East is still kind of got teams that you lost 2 high-profile players, but there are a couple teams. But you're going to lose Indiana. You're going to lose Boston as power teams. So we'll see how deep the East is this year. But that all starts, not too far from now. We're going to be looking at October. We're only in the we're 2 weeks to training camp today. The Eagles report 2 weeks from today. All right, that's today's Rye or Sigh. Anything else you want to sigh out before we get out of here today?
I think we sided it off for today. I sigh at $240 million for Banchero. He deserves it. He deserves it, but it's just these contracts, man, are getting crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm agreeing with the contracts being crazy, but I think he's a pretty good player. He's a good player, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. We'll do it again tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. See you, man.
Later.
All right, that's today's Rye or Sigh. We'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash. When we come back, MKB, we talked about Quentin Grimes. We talked about the Summer League. We talked about VJ Edgecombe and how this team might look this season. Is it worth getting excited about? The over-under 43 wins. Is that a number that is going to be something for you guys out there? We'll get into that coming up as we have our conversation with Michael Kasky-Blomain, our Sixers insider from 97.3 ESPN.com. Got the Bet365 play of the day coming up as well. I gave you a loser last night. I'm pretty sure about that. We'll update the standings on how I'm doing. But I got a pretty good play I think you're going to win tonight on. Stick around. More Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN.
Ever find a deal so good you think, should I tell my friends or keep it to myself? That's Kohl's Summer Cyber Deals. Styles for sunny days, home favorites for your space, and more. All at prices you'll love. Plus, earn Kohl's Cash. Discover new deals daily and get free shipping. These deals are too good not to share. Once you've stocked up first. Shop Kohl's Summer Cyber Deals now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end July 10th. See store or kohls.com for details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Looking for a great deal on a new Kia? It's gotta be a Matte Black Kia. With 3 locations and over 500 Kias in stock. Visit matteblackkia.com.
It's Pest Primetime at Viking Pest. July 7th to the 11th. Save big on bugs, rodents, and stinging insects. Wasps, gone. Ants, handled. Mice, history. Deals this good only at VikingPest.com. That's VikingPest.com.
This is an important safety message from the New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. Speed limits exist for a reason, to save lives. Ignoring them puts everyone in danger. Don't take the risk. Obey the limits and help keep our roads safe. We're all counting on you to drive responsibly.
Keeping the fans entertained and happy.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Sixers Summer League continues tonight. Now, no VJ Edgecombe last night, as we talked about a little bit earlier in the show. No Edgecombe tonight, but we're going to get into him, his role, what he could do for this Sixers team. I know it's just one Summer League game, but how impressed was Michael Kasky-Blomain? He covers the Sixers for 97.3 ESPN.com. The night he was drafted, obviously, there was a lot of split. Should they have taken Ace Bailey? Should they have taken VJ Edgecombe? Well, we talked about that after the draft. Now we've seen both guys in action, and you feel pretty good about what you got. But now that you've seen him and his skill set, what could he be? What kind of fit? Let's ask MKB from 97.3 ESPN.com. Michael Kasky-Blomain covers the Sixers. He joins us now. And let's go back to his opening night and just saw the skill set. Michael, 28 points, 27 shots. He kind of showed a little bit of everything. Give us a little breakdown on what you witnessed from VJ Edgecombe and then how you think he fits into the talent the Sixers have here.
Yeah, Mike, that was definitely one of the more impressive Summer League debuts, at least for a Sixers lottery pick in recent memory. And I think it would be almost impossible not to be impressed by what you saw from VJ, especially in some of the areas that were touted as, you know, maybe not necessarily his strengths coming out of college. Obviously, you knew about the athleticism, you knew about the speed and the finishing. But I think you saw him take major steps forward as a potential lead guard just in one game in terms of like hunting his own shot in the mid-range, knocking down like a handful of mid-range jumpers, stopping on a dime, pulling up in defenders' faces, and creating some looks for some of his guys around the basket. Like Bono benefited from his penetration a couple times. Johnny Broom, like he just really looked the part of a lead guard. And again, it was only one Summer League game. But I think if you combined what you already knew about him, which was the explosive athleticism and that, you know, ability to get to the rim and finish, and combined it with a guy who's clearly looking to develop the other aspects of his game, like the pull-up and pushing that all the way out to the perimeter. I mean, he's looking like a guy that has the tools. Obviously, you know, we're not going to crown him after one Summer League game, but he's looking like a guy that has the tools to be a really, really well-rounded three-level guard at a potential, you know, all-star caliber level.
I think one big question, we watch the NBA Finals, you watch Oklahoma City, you watch Indiana. They rolled a lot of duplicitous type of talent guards out there. Watching Edgecombe, do you think he could play with like a Grimes? Now, we'll get into Grimes in a little bit, but like a Grimes and a Maxey? Could it be a Maxey, McCain, Edgecombe? Could they all play at the same time?
I think so, Mike. I mean, I think that's obviously going to be one of the bigger tests for Nick Nurse this coming season in terms of figuring out that rotation and exactly how those guys are going to kind of fit together. But to me, like Edgecombe really looked like a guy that could blossom into a lead guard, whereas Tyrese Maxey has always been kind of like a pseudo guard, maybe a shooting guard, playing point guard, a la Allen Iverson back in the day. And I think if they really go all in on making VJ like the lead guard, ball handler, both those guys, Maxey and McCain. I mean, McCain we saw last year that could play really well off ball. He could, you know, spot up, catch and shoot threes, a guy like that. So I do think that VJ specifically is looking like a guy that could be a lead guard that these other guys could play off of, and vice versa. I'm sure that VJ, as he gets more comfortable, he could play some time off ball. But I do think that's probably the most interesting question about the Sixers lineup at this point in terms of like how those 3 and 4 potentially, if Grimes coming back, guys are going to play together. But as you know, Mike, I think having too many guards is a good problem to have as opposed to, the opposite end of the spectrum.
All right, break down the Grimes situation as you see it. Qualifying offer, he's a restricted. The restricted market is in a standstill right now. What happens now?
Yeah, I think it is a little bit of a standstill right now between the Sixers and Grimes, too. Like you said, Mike, I think a lot of that money for the market that he was looking for is kind of dried up. He had wanted, a substantial payday, and you can't blame him. I think the Sixers probably realize at this point they're largely bidding against themselves in terms of teams that are available to give him like a long-term solid deal. So I think there's probably no rush on the Sixers' part. I think Grimes is probably holding out hope that some of these teams like the Utah Jazz, for instance, have cleared some cap space in recent days with some of the moves they've made. A couple other teams. My guess is the Grimes is probably waiting with hope that, one of these teams out here will clear up some space and give him an offer that then the Sixers will have the opportunity to match. But I think the waiting situation is probably just the both sides, specifically Grimes, hoping that some team out there comes up with a little bit more cap space to put some added pressure on the Sixers to match it.
Is that team out there, Utah? Is it out there, or do you look around and say he might want this, but it's just not there for him?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like. Things could change quickly in the NBA, obviously, Mike. There could be a trade in the next day or two that opens up some cap space somewhere. But it just doesn't really seem – I mean, Quentin Grimes is a good player, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't seem like teams are really kind of banking their offseason on his acquisition or really pulling too many strings to open up that space for him that, he probably was hoping for. So I think ultimately the Sixers are probably going to be the team that has the most money and the most leverage. If he wants to go to a team like Utah, like sure, maybe something like that would give him, present itself. But if he wants the opportunity to play for a contender potentially in the East, I think the Sixers will ultimately end up being his best bet here.
What's the number you feel comfortable with? He's saying 25. I don't think anybody feels comfortable with that, but he's a tough one because I think if you just say, "Oh, well, this guy was the good player on the bad team. He's not worth that kind of money." Where is that number? Where do you feel that the Sixers? Somebody makes an offer. They say 18. Do the Sixers match that?
Yeah, Mike, for me, heading into the free agency, the number that I had in my head was 15. I would have been really happy with a 4 years, about $60 million, about 15 a year over 4 years. Maybe I'd be willing to inch that up to, like you said, 17, 18. I think the absolute cap that I'd be willing to spend on Quentin Grimes would probably be 20, which would end up looking like a 4-year, $80 million deal, which to me is a little bit of an overpay, but that's also part of the game in NBA free agency. Sometimes to keep your guys, you have to pay a little bit extra. But I think in between that 15 and 20 range, with 20 being the absolute cap, is what, if I was the GM, what I would feel comfortable doing.
All right, Michael Caskey-Blomain, 97.3 ESPN.com, covers the Sixers. Let's get some other Summer League thoughts from you. Any standouts of guys that, hey, I left more impressed with this guy than I thought could have a role once the season comes around?
Two guys come to mind, Mike. We're talking about Adem Bona, the second-round player, big man, and rookie second-round pick Johnny Broome. I think both of those guys, obviously, like you said, it's only been 2 games. We've only seen flashes. But to me, it's Summer League, especially with a team like Sixers, I'm looking at guys who have a legitimate chance to contribute to the real roster. And as we know, like a lot of the guys on this Summer League team aren't going to be playing for the Sixers come October, November. But Bona and Broome are 2 guys that, will be on the roster. And, Bona, we'll start with him. I thought he showed real growth, at least from what we saw from him last year, especially in that first Summer League game, playing out to the perimeter, knocking down like long-range shots, putting the ball on the ground a little bit, attacking the rim, finishing with power, which we already saw from him. But it really looks like the offense is coming along well for him, which is exciting. He has the prototypical size and speed to kind of be like the rim protector, lob finisher that teams love to have in the league today. And then Broome, like he's just the guy that came in the second-round pick, doesn't blow anyone away with the athleticism, really high IQ, knows where to be, obviously is really talented rebounder, good finisher. He dropped, I think it was 2 threes early in that game last night that showed that, he also could have that range to extend it out to the floor. So I think both of those guys, given the lack of depth in the front court for Philadelphia, I think there's a real pathway for both Bona and Broom to potentially play some meaningful minutes for the Sixers next season. So I've been pleased with what I've seen from them so far.
So what would that mean for Drummond? Because I agree. I thought Bona, I keep kind of referring, he's got like old man strength. He just seemed like a man out there. He's only 22 years old, but man, athletic. Something the Sixers just have not had, a guy who's a big man and can get up and down the floor and be athletic. Broom, a little different, more of a trail man, can probably handle the ball at the top, good passer. I love the way he shot the three, but you got Drummond kind of wedged in here. What's his move? What's the role there? Is there a move for him?
Yeah, I don't think he's a priority on the roster, Mike. I do think they've sniffed around a little bit for a potential trade. Obviously, he had the player option that he bought into. If it was a team option, I think things would have went the other way, and they probably would have walked away. But I look at Drummond, assuming he stays on the roster, it's kind of just the third extra security center. Like, I think there's a real chance that Bona could be that number 2 backup. And then you have Drummond in there in case of emergency in a pinch. I mean, obviously we know there's going to be games where Joel misses. At that point, if you start Bona, then Drummond's still going to see some substantial minutes. But I think there's a chance where he's the third center on the depth chart and not a guy that they build around. I think you go with Bona and see what else he can bring to the floor.
All right, MKB's with us, covers the Sixers. They'll play tonight in the Salt Lake City Summer League. You'll go out west to Vegas starting on Thursday night. So I think one of the big stories, we talked Grimes. You see the two big men, obviously VJ here and what he brings to the team. There's the health of everybody else. And, this season really hinges on the health of everybody. Yesterday, the over-under total came out, 43.5 for Philadelphia. Where do you feel on that number there?
Yeah, I saw you had that on Twitter, Mike. I was interested looking at the replies. I personally think it's over. And again, I mean, obviously this is contingent on health. 43 is, slightly over a 500 team. I think if the Sixers can stay healthy in a relatively open Eastern Conference, this is a team that could be knocking on the door of 50 wins like they were for many of those post-process years. Again, this is completely dependent on health. But if you get Joel Embiid for 50 to 60 games, you get Paul George for, 60, 65 games, and Maxey McCain coming back, we get to see what Edgecombe does. And I think this is legitimately a team that could win close to 50 games in the Eastern Conference.
All right, is there another move that maybe hasn't been talked about or something like lingering that you think Daryl Morey can make, should make?
I feel like I don't have a specific name, but looking at the roster and the depth chart, I just still feel like there's a pretty glaring hole at the power forward spot. Like, I don't know how comfortable they would be going into that season with Trendon Watford as your starting 4-man, or even pushing Paul George down to 4 again as opposed to small forward. So I wouldn't be shocked if there's still some hunting out there to add one more forward to the roster. It's pretty slim pickings at this point, and I don't think the Sixers have much in terms of the way of trade assets if you're looking to potentially shake things up. But I think that maybe in addition to the Grimes thing, obviously there might be another forward that gets added to the roster before training camp.
All right, Michael Kasky-Blomane, of course, the Sixers Summer League team continues. We'll see what happens with Joel and Paul George. And, of course, Maxey. He missed a lot of time. And McCain. Look, he missed a lot of time, too, last year. What's his role when he comes back? I want to get your thoughts on that because, let me see, do you look at VJ Edgecombe? I know he's played one game. But what you saw, his skill set, that's what Summer League is for. Like, okay, can this guy walk and chew gum? Yes. Does he add a skill set that I didn't really think he had? Possibly. That little mid-range jumper, he looked pretty pure on that. He's a good catch-and-shoot 3 guy. So does Edgecombe profile as a guy who should start right away?
That's tough, Mike. I mean, if we were talking about a lottery team, the Sixers got a lottery pick. I don't think you view them as a lottery team. Absolutely. Like, that's a guy that you bring in, start right away. With a team like the Sixers that are built to win in the present as currently constructed and will face those expectations, I think you have to wait a little bit. I'm sure there will be some growing pains for him, especially if he's making a move to like a full-time lead guard role. There will probably be some growing pains, and maybe you start the season bringing him off the bench with, a starting backcourt of Maxey and Grimes or Maxey and McCain. But from what, again, one Summer League game, the skill set that he displayed, I think he has that talent that's almost going to be undeniable to keep him off the floor. It might take a little while for him to crack the starting lineup, but I think that very quickly he'll play a very legitimate role for the Sixers. And by, when we're talking around the All-Star break, there's a good chance that he could already be, in that starting lineup for sure.
All right, Michael Kasky-Blomain, 97.3 ESPN.com. The Sixers Summer League continues tonight. Thursday night, the Vegas Summer League begins. And, of course, we'll have plenty more on them. Hopefully VJ is out there. I would assume not tonight, probably to say, hey, rest up. Vegas is a little bit of a bigger deal. But I said this, Michael, he was so good in the game on Saturday night that the Sixers might say, we don't even need to see any more from you. Like, did you get that feel? He was, so much better than everybody else. They might not need to see him play anymore.
Especially given the Sixers' history of weird injuries to top draft picks. I mean, that almost might be the safer thing. Just keep him in bubble wrap till training camp,
Right, and the fact that it's like a thumb, you're like, really? A thumb is now the problem that he can't play?
Selfishly, I would like to see him play a couple more just because he looked so good in that first game. And like you said, the Vegas League, it would be nice to see him. But I certainly wouldn't be angry if they decided to just be like, you know what, let's keep him as fresh as possible. No injuries. We'll see you in October, Yeah,
I agree with that. All right, Michael Kasky-Blomain, everybody. Sixers Summer League continues, and we'll have more coverage right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks for having me on, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, MKB, everybody here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We got so much more to go.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dogs here!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
All right, get ready to get out of here. Bet365 play of the day. Brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. I think we had a loser last night, Josh.
Yeah, the trends failed you, Mike. The Pirates got smashed 9-3 by the Royals because they are the Pirates.
They are the Pirates, but, I told you my fantasy pitcher was going for the Royals last night.
That should have been a hint for you that your guy was going.
Yeah, but my fantasy team stinks. They've been terrible this year.
Has that guy been good?
He's been okay.
Okay. So you're kind of like 50-50.
Yeah, I've had a lot of injuries to the pitching staff. And he's like my 9th fill-in guy. But he did get the win last night. He's a young guy, pitched pretty well.
You're the Dodgers.
What's that?
You're the Dodgers. You got 20 million injuries.
Big time. I got like 6 guys on my injured list. They're all pitchers. Yeah, Nate Cameron last night got the win. He's actually been pretty good, 2.56 ERA. 7 strikeouts last night in 7 innings. So I'm getting away from that game there. But we're moving on. What's our record now?
You are now 194, 132 and 1.
So we're still about 60 games or so over 500. Another one of my fantasy pitchers tonight, Chris Bassett. All right, 22 and 1 is a road favorite. He's on the road tonight, on the hill. He's going up against the White Sox. You know what that means. Those trends say you ain't losing to the White Sox. So let's go Blue Jays over the White Sox. And that is my Bet365 play of the day. Not great value, but good enough for a White Sox Blue Jay. The Blue Jays are in first place, by the way.
Crazy, right?
It kind of happened out of nowhere. They just kind of snuck in there.
Well, they had a horrible start to the year, but they kind of found their way in May and June.
They won 9 in a row.
But they started horribly in April.
Right, but I'm saying now they've won 9. And the Yankees have been terrible.
Yankees falling apart.
So the Blue Jays right now. Did you read the article? There was an article last week about Tampa that they get stuck into the wild card, and they're talking about what they should do in case they get playoff games. Can't play them at single-A ballparks.
That would be horrible.
Hey, don't forget, we're going to be live tomorrow at Yuri's in Wildwood for our Phillies watch party. Stop out and see the show. Yuri's in Wildwood. We'll be there from 2 to 6. Phillies' first pitch is at 3:45. We'll have the Eagles Super Bowl trophy out there with us. You can get your picture taken with that. So come on out and see the show. Nicky Nuggets will be there. Frank Close, our Phillies insider, will be in the house as well for the full show. So Phillies watch party, great specials at the Sliders Bar at Yuri's. $5 pizzas, half price pizzas, 50-cent wings, $1 hot dogs. There's drink specials, great bar menu, great beer menu, Super Bowl trophy, Yuri's tomorrow. Stop on out and see us. The best of the Sports Bash is next.